down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series finale stage day two. We got to witness some amazing matchups yesterday, both best of threes, ending a 2-0 fashion. But hey, things did get close in either series, so I'm certainly happy with the way this finale stage has started with both Bleed and Velocity asserting dominance.
Yeah, 100%, right? It's the two teams we expected to be coming right out of the gate, all guns blazing, and they've done exactly that. Velocity, the victors of the playoff stage, taking down their perennial rivals in Revenant in a relatively clean fashion 2-0, 13-7,
Yeah.
13-8. Way better matches than what we got to see from Bleed and Boom, which was much, much closer. But of course,
Yep.
Bleed were able to get the victory 2-0 as well. So we get to see those two teams clash off in our first match today to fight for that first spot and in a lot of ways a likely guaranteed spot in the grand finals.
And hey, this is again very well could be the decider, but it's a round robin system, right? So it depends on how every
Yeah.
team performs. So we still could have a chance where, we have a longer day three to decide who our finalists are going to be.
Yeah.
But we hope the best for not only Boom, but also Revenant's chances of fighting back. Although, if you ask me, CA, today would be the best day for a team like VLT to come out swinging and maybe take a surprise victory. So, with Bleed already looking this strong, I'm pretty sure that Bleed, even though they've not directly prepped for velocity in the recent past, have at least a little bit of groundwork to base their assumptions of what VLT are going to bring to the battlefield.
Mhm.
And with the limited viewing time that they did get of VLT, I'm pretty sure it should be enough for Bleed to find a variation. Again, with the way they looked yesterday, with the way they displayed dominance on Fracture, it feels like on every single step of the battlefield, on every single map, Bleed simply looked to be a class apart VLT, at least on paper.
Yeah, 100%. And in terms of map pools, given the fact that this is a team, Bleed Esports, that has been practicing in the off season across every single tournament, they've been building their way up towards 2023 compared to a velocity that just over the last few weeks have put themselves together. There's no doubt that Bleed has the stronger map pool, right? And that's where they'll have a big advantage going into the veto. And Velocity will have to display their experience and their adaptability to overcome that difficulty. Because as you can see in the schedule, starting us off today is going to be Bleed Esports versus Velocity Gaming, and then our second match where we get Boom Esports versus Revenant Esports.
Yeah, especially with that matchup being so close for Boom yesterday, I'm super hyped to see what they have to bring to the board against a team like Revenant, right? Because if you look at that matchup that we have towards 7 p.m., it's Revenant who have nothing to lose essentially. They're really looking forward to this debut, you know, potential victory that they can get. And hey, considering the kind of trajectory that Revenant Esports have been setting, an upset like this would add very good to their portfolio heading into 23, right? This could be the one result that gives them a little bit of a sweet ending. Because, hey, let's be honest, in the context of the top four, we have VLT, we have Bleed, we have Boom. Revenant, by a mile and a half, look like underdogs.
Yeah, 100%. And Revenant, they didn't get off to the greatest start yesterday in their matchup against Velocity. The target map that they tried to pull off in Icebox just didn't work out. And we saw a fumbling Revenant when we went into Ascent, where one of their star players in Josh S was just not able to perform. Now, coming into the next few days, Revenant, they've got their backs against the wall. But thankfully for them, repeatedly in the playoffs, they've shown the ability to bounce back despite being in that lower standing. They've made their way through the lower bracket finals through God's reign when it was necessary. This is the team that played over 7 maps in the finals day on playoffs, right? So this is definitely a team capable of bouncing back after a loss, but it's easier said than done, and it has to start today because if they lose today, it is done for. Their main event is over.
Yeah, and I feel for Boom's chances, especially to make it to that top two, it's very, very important for them to have a dominating affair against Revenant Esports, right? That round differential might make a slight difference if things do end up slightly more even towards that day three.
Yeah, exactly. And look, I think both of our matches in some ways today are like, upper bracket, lower bracket matches, even though it's not actually upper bracket and lower bracket, where we've got the winners from yesterday in Bleed and Velocity facing off each other. We've got the losers in Boom and Revenant facing off. And for both of them, it's exactly what an upper bracket or lower bracket matchup would mean, where between Bleed and Velocity, winning an upper bracket match would ensure that you get yourself one step closer to that finals, effectively
Exactly.
guarantee yourself in that finals to a large extent. For Boom and Revenant, losing that matchup is GG. Sure, you're going to still play in day three, but you're not going to have any chances of making it to the grand finals mathematically.
Yeah, next to nothing, right? Essentially. And hey, for VLT, they've been hyping us on for a while about this day. They showed a decent change yesterday with how
Uh-huh.
they approached Revenant, especially the kind of contrasting game style that they brought to the board, which they really did not show throughout that playoff stage. It felt like throughout the playoff, their entire agenda was just W, let Deathmaker take his aim duels, let them just fall into their comfort zone, the Cali rays that we did get to see. And this is a velocity that's looking slightly different, which I feel like is going to be very crucial against a team like Bleed Esports, where they not only have brilliant conditioning, but like we saw yesterday in the game against Boom, even an individual like Scary, who's playing an important agent like an Omen towards that mid round, is not afraid to take a fight where the odds might be slightly against him, but with the guaranteed usage of utility alongside his teammates, he's these players are able to, punish a lot of individual aggression and plays, which is something VLT should try not feeding into today if things don't start going their way.
Yeah, 100%. And that's why the veto extremely crucial. I'm really curious to see which bleed we get to see. If it's a bleed that targets velocity or if it's a bleed that plays on their own comfort, because both strategies definitely viable. But for velocity, I think there is just one way forward. I'd be very surprised if they don't insta lock the ascent, because it's something that they've shown is comfortable not just in their agent picks but also in the way they play the map, the reads coming in from Amit Rasu. It's where velocity truly feel like they're at their very strongest as a team. So I'm fully expecting that ascent run for velocity to continue again. And I wonder if
Yeah.
Bleed actually maybe even target that and ban out the ascent from the get-go.
And another potential option for Bleed is to also ban out Breeze, right? I mean, they have an
Yeah.
ability to play it,
Yeah.
but their win rate really doesn't speak for much on that map. And hey, considering we're talking about stuff like win rate, they really didn't have much to speak of in terms of fracture, and they still pulled off a big upset uh, against a Boom that looked to be on course to bagging that map one and pushing us to a best of three. But that was far from the case. So I'm expecting
Yeah.
at this point, I don't know what to expect from Bleed because it feels like they make it look like they have a weakness, but at the end of the day, it's like an old, I gotcha back at us.
No, exactly, man. I don't think they have a weakness, to be perfectly honest, because this is the kind of team that has the flexibility in their three main supportive players in the likes of JH, Crazy Guy, and Scary to pull off any comp that fits their style. And with the star players in Juicy and Darion, who may not necessarily play meta picks like Neon on Fracture, they're still able to find the value in their Jets, in their Renas, in their Chambers. And that's what is crucial. It's not about your duelist playing what is quote unquote meta. It's about your duelist playing, making what he's playing meta and ensuring that he's giving the value that those meta picks may bring in the first place. And that's where this team, I think, is the most complete team in not just our tournament right now, but in APAC Ascension altogether, in the tier 2 scene, so to speak, like the below franchisee scene, where Bleed is just one of the best teams out there, not because of the preparation, not because, of course, their firepower, but because of their completeness in their roster itself. They don't necessarily have five-star players, but they still have five players who can be stars, if you get what I mean.
Exactly, man. And you know what? I had a word with J Hatch yesterday and how his team's expectations are not only with this tournament but also 23. And his goals were simple, just to win Ascension. So like I'm gonna assume at least for this matchup that Bleed are gonna be playing to their comfort because again, if that's their expectation, then it comes with certain add-ons, which is playing in
Mm-hmm.
again in a way that you're comfortable. Because at the end of the day, you're not gonna change up your game style unless you're feeling threatened, unless you feel like there's a valid reason to. And at least for a team like Bleed who have those kind of objectives in mind, this can't be one of those positions that they stuck in. Maybe against Boom, I would completely understand again with the context of winning out that day one. Bleed are just a step away now from the finals, right? So I completely understand if it hit on day one, but day two, it's a completely different thing. Now Bleed needs to just show utter dominance, and VLT have much of the onus on themselves to fight back and prove that they are not to be toyed with. And it's all going to start here, CA. It's all going to start in the map veto.
Yeah, and the first map likely to be banned off from Velocity should be that Fracture. And then that's where it really starts getting interesting. Bleed. I wonder if they're going to ban out Breeze or Ascent. Oh, it's going to
Oh,
be Bind.
bind.
Very
Just
curious right here. And it makes sense because we've seen Excali and VLT be extremely comfortable, but you leave Breeze up for VLT, they insta lock it. I'm sure Bleed
exactly.
expected this as well. But the question is now, what do Bleed lock? And it is that map of
Oh,
Haven that has become their utmost comfort. So we're going to see the clash of the double duelists, the Jet Trainer versus the Jet Phoenix on Haven. And that's one I'm really excited for.
and VLT ban out Icebox. So a map where VLT have shown recent struggles removed from the equation. Like you said, Bleed, they had a recent look at how VLT's performance are. And hey, banning Ascent, not really the worst ban that could be out there. Pearl being the decider, I'm totally on the side of, you know what? I'm a little divided. They've given away the Breeze. I still feel like I'd play VLT on a map like Bind rather than Breeze just due to the fact that VLT themselves have shown recent weaknesses on that map, especially
I don't know.
against Revenant in that best of five grand finals.
The thing is, Bleed is damn good on Breeze. They have Juicy
True.
on Jet, Darion on Chamber. JH has always looked comfortable on that KO, and that kind of map is perfect for a team like Bleed because the last
Makes
time I saw them,
sense.
it was against Made in Thailand, where they would hit A site continuously. 6 rounds in a row, they would hit A site and set up that conditioning where if you leave A side free, you're gonna lose the game for sure, forcing the defense to start stacking the A side just for them to start switching up to a mid default or a B hit and just playing with the opponent in that way. But Made in Thailand also exposed Bleed's defense to similar problems where Made in Thailand were able to push back. Now, Bleed got their revenge against Made in Thailand eventually, and once again set themselves up strong. But this veto for me is showing that Bleed is not really concerned about velocity and where they're comfortable necessarily. It's more about
True.
Bleed's comfort. And I think the Bind ban also similarly so, where you can't really focus in on the likes of the Jets or the Reynas on Bind, and it's something that Velocity are more comfortable with. And even in their pick, right, they had Icebox, Ascent, and Pearl to pick from, but instead they choose Haven, which is their comfort map, not necessarily Velocity's weaker map, where Icebox or Pearl would definitely be a target pick towards Velocity altogether. So Bleed, I think,
Yeah.
just looking to play their game irrespective of which opponent comes their way.
Now, this gives VLT a slight chance, right? And hey,
Yeah.
I'm an optimist, but even I see this going the way of Bleed. I think this is still gonna be, in the vicinity of maybe a 2-1, given that it is Breeze and given that we know VLT are quite competent on a map like Breeze. They have the ability at least to take the fight against a team like Bleed, who might be somewhat a step above what VLT currently are. But hey, this is Valorant, right? In a game like Valorant,
Yeah.
upsets are always possible, and that's what keeps us not only as casters but also as fans very hooked on to all our love and support that we have for our representatives. And hey, it's happened in the past; it can happen right now as well, man. History can
Oh,
change.
100%. Hey, anything can happen for sure, especially because Velocity get to play at their utmost comfort. We get to see the return of Hellfighter's Cypher. So that's something I'm especially excited for. But like at least theoretically, assuming Velocity will continue with their double duelist composition, I think it's a great composition. But it's against the team like Bleed that likes playing those double duelist styles themselves. They have players who like playing on that aggressive, proactive note. So I think in terms of calling, Amit Risu is going to find a much tougher opponent in Crazy Guy than he has found across this entire tournament. And that's where things
Yeah,
will really, really change, where Crazy Guy has not just been amazing in terms of his calls and reads, but also in his consistency to deliver. And that's not something we've necessarily seen from Amit Risu. He's had amazing matches. He's also had really bad matches. And that's why Crazy Guy might just take the cake. And that's why in these 1v1 sort of head-to-head battles all across the rosters, Bleed have a tiny edge. But we know the Velocity can be that X Factor team when they have the momentum going. So the start is going to be absolutely crucial, OG. Velocity, they got to start off strong.
let's get on to the agent select. And you expected the KO. I mean, that's certainly a possibility. The Sova is something that's almost irreplaceable on Breeze, in my opinion. A lot of people have
Yeah.
found the ability to use Fade on this
Whoa!
map, but oh,
Whoa!
okay.
Whoa!
Oh,
Whoa!
hey.
Whoa! Okay. Yes,
And
sir.
hell F
Yes, please.
Cypher.
Thank you very much.
MW1 Jet, let's go. Dude, we're getting everything we wanted. I'm
Yo, we
happy.
got a Yoru, bro. Please, please, production, tell me this is not a glitch. Please. I'm going to nerd the
I think
heck
you should
out in
pinch
this
yourself.
map if this is not a glitch. Yeah, I'm going to pinch myself. Hold on. Ow. Okay, that hurt.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's I'm not
Dude, this
dreaming.
is amazing. This is amazing. Let's go. Let's go.
I,
This
I
is
I'm
one of
not gonna
the.
believe it till we go into the lobby. I refuse. I refuse to get baited. This is
I
this is
think
not
the only
happening.
thing that will throw you off more than this is a harbor pick.
No, I would expect a Harbor pick more than a Yoru pick, like, because I honestly
Okay,
think
makes
Yoru is
sense.
nutty on Breeze, especially in double duelist comps. He can work so well. You can set up fakes beautifully with him. His ulti is broken as hell. There's so much you can do with the Yoru when you have that secondary duelist. Because he's not a great entry, to be fair, right? Alone on his
Yeah.
entry, he's not so great. But two duelists, now that's a nutty, nutty Yoru. Especially because he can op as well. So he's insane. I would expect a Harbor more than a Yoru because I think Yoru is harder to learn than Harbor.
Well, I think Deathmaker might just relieve himself of his operator duties. Again, you have MW1 on the jet, right? He himself is no slouch with the sniper. So
Yeah.
if Deathmaker really wants to push it and push Euro to the absolute limit, I feel like at least with the kind of composition that VLT have gone for, they're relying on Deathmaker to try and create chaos and mayhem by just closing the distance, breaching the backlines, throwing utility from, beyond a decent position. So there's a lot of value that Deathmaker can bring in the front lines, and that's why I'd like to see him. I'd like to see him duking it off. I'd like to see him take the initiative and make a lot of room for a player like MW1 on the attack to work with. And hey, if they work in tandem as well, that would be double brilliance, dude. It's still something that Bleed Esports might not have seen coming.
Okay, we're about to go into game, and I don't know. I guess we'll find out if I'm actually just tripping and there's no Yoru, or if this is just my dreams come alive. I see the cheeky smirk on DM, bro.
Exactly. He's getting ready, man.
So, yes, sir. Okay, all right. I'm just gonna go full nerd mode here, Uchi. The Yoru is something
Right.
like I've also had one of my older teams play on Breeze, so
Yeah.
so much potential. There's just so much potential with what you can do. Your executes are so damn good because you have your smoke dash coming in, and like on B side, imagine the smoke dash coming in for Jet, the Yoru TP towards broken wall, and a poor Viper playing backside is getting crunched now from two duelists from either sides. A flash on her face, a recon on her face. She can't do anything about it. You just get instantly denied because your Viper smoke and snake bites to deny the entry is useless. They're going to smoke dash and TP into your face, and that's where this composition really excels. But there is a slight caveat, and that's in the defense. When you're on that defense, you have to continuously make aggressive plays. You need to proactively take area for yourself because Yoru is again a fighting movement based agent. He's not the kind of agent like a Raze that brings stopping power inherently, and therefore can be an issue in the defense if you don't make those proactive plays. But thankfully, Velocity's signature is proactive plays, so I think it definitely should suit them.
Yeah. MW1 looking slightly nervous. At least not as warm to the touch. I think VLT. Hey, they're watching the stream. They're watching the stream. Hellfighter. All right. I love it, man. I
uh,
love it.
we love your cipher, LF. But hey,
Wait, is MW1
are they
bashing
all
his
watching
desk?
this stream?
Wait, why was his
This
camera
smoke.
moving? Is he like banging his desk?
Who, MW1?
Yeah,
Maybe he's angry you called him nervous, and he's laughing about it.
maybe.
Like, bro, you thinks I'm nervous? The only people who should be nervous is Blade. Because he Blade is just relaxed, man. They're turning
Good.
down the AC, ready to get cold and ruthless in this map of Breeze. Leeds certainly are the kind of team to be feeling that form and momentum and to push it all the way. Cold as ice. They're a ruthless killing machine. And that man on your screen, he's shown it time and time again. But my eyes honestly just on Crazy Guy because he's one of the most consistent fragging IGLs I've seen, where a lot of the times players who are IGLs don't necessarily frag out of their mind. Crazy Guy does it time and time again.
Yeah, it's gonna be on Juicy, my man. I'm waiting to see his proficiency with the jet. And it's again gonna be Bleed on the defense, right? So we're expecting nothing but a W strategy from Bleed to start things off with. At least that's what I've come to expect with what their performance in the Penta Pro Series has been. And hey, to start things off, ye old technical boss.
Of course, it's a tradition.
Again,
You gotta
tradition
give
for
the you gotta give the small time sacrifice at the start of the map to ensure that we don't lose any time in the midst of the map.
alright.
Get the blessing from the technical gods and really get us on our way. Velocity starting in on the attack. Lead on that defense. And I hear you, man. I'm waiting with bated breath to see how Velocity have prepared. Because let's be frank, I don't think Velocity are gonna have excessive defaults prepared, and they don't even really need to. With Jet Yoru, you can just play WWW and play on
Yeah, play
those
off the
post plants. And
situation.
yeah, exactly. And you can obviously change your W, maybe make a 4-1 split instead of a hard W. And that's where I think it's going to really, really help Hellfighter, because when Velocity play that fast, it opens up a lot of room on the map for that Cypher to really lurk, catch, bleed out. So eyes on the beasts from the east, Hellfighter and that maker on the Yoru and Cypher, the unconventional picks where many a team don't play. These lads have pulled it out. We'll have to see if they can make it happen. Bleed, though, expecting that a hit already set up on that 3 stack. That actually, it's not even a hit setup. It's all about fighting mid right here. Bleed from mid connector as
Exactly.
well as double doors, looking for that
Yeah.
aggression towards mid, but they're going to be surprised because Velocity slow on the stop, but likely to set up their execute towards the A side.
They have no stopping utility as well towards the side. Ooh, scary. Almost could have taken the head off MW1, but they find their way in towards the back of side. They have a little bit of position to work with your VLT, and it's all about the fights that they try and commit to. Although Crazy Guy, quick to remove MW1 from the battlefield, and Amaterasu tried his very best to hold the back lines, but that essentially is cover not there anymore for VLT to play the post plant. A huge problem, and it's only Hellfighter in position to try and recover.
Oh, and beautiful call, really, because the flank removes the possibility of that post plant. Now, VLT also desperately warm, but the X Factor
Hesitations.
can be Hellfighter coming through on the look. He's already picked off one, looking for the double. Trying to support Excali and help him out, but it's just a 1-for-1 trade so far. Scary taken down very low though, so it's all down to Crazy Guy to pull this off, but he's shut down. Devmaker coming online, and now it's Devmaker with that 2K Velocity off with the great start on this pistol.
I love the way that they were able to play with Hellfighter's information there, because the positioning that Deathmaker and Excali took towards the side was so well timed that they were able to deal with not only the aggression from doors but also cave in tandem. They don't allow the backstab to be as problematic. And that is courtesy of VLT getting information early and Hellfighter having brilliant position. Again, most annoying player that he can find in South Asia with this agent. They start things off well for VLT. Take the pistol, and they just need to avoid the cruel song sung by the sheriff, as it's been consistent to plague them in the Penta Pro Series.
And in many ways, Yoru, the character, considers himself a god, so Bleed, they're gonna have to be god killers right now. They're gonna have to be titans to a certain extent, because they're not gonna be ready to face this off. Mal Juicy, while he gets one, Velocity picking up the pace. They've opened up the floodgates and this A site and set up now on the post plant. Amaterasu marking off that flank as well, as Bleed will likely walk into his crosshairs. But the
Okay.
Sheriff's reign true.
Two
Down
Bulldogs.
Amaterasu. Velocity looking to pick up the fight, but they will not be able to recover the weapons in time. Actually, no. Juicy gets his hands on the Bulldog and
And he-
not able to inflict further damage. That's fine. Velocity just lose one weapon.
I think they recover. They're able to recover both the Bulldogs as well, man. So
Yeah, so
VLT,
they
they're gonna
bought
be happy.
4 weapons and 2 people died. So they only lose 1 weapon overall. So that's fine.
In general, yeah, exactly. So now Bleed Esports, they've been trying to play that mid relatively aggressively, right? And considering now is going to be the buy for VLT as well, for Bleed as well, they have the chance to try taking long range deals. So in this kind of position, I feel like still contesting mid could be a good idea, considering that it's hard to close the distance. And VLT, There's nothing else I would have expected other than maybe a coordinated attack towards B, as you're able to close the distance quite well with the, combination of a Hellfighter and an Amaterasu playing that Cypher Viper.
Buy round now for Bleed. All about getting themselves started in this round, building up their economy in fashion to work up towards that operator. But it's a Hall's presence for Hellfighter again and again. That's truly
Ratsu.
troubling Bleed. And while Darion's able to find one, Hellfighter already on the lurk can get crucial. He's found himself behind Scary. Oh, but timing. Scary moves away. Gonna survive for a second longer. And that second might be all they
Steven
need.
footstep.
Gives away the drop noise, and Hellfighter's look has been ended. Oh no.
Nice attempt there from Excali, and Deathmaker's able to find the trade, which is also crucial, as VLT now have a little bit of space and time to set up the plant. Deathmaker has very decent positioning to try getting a frag and at least de-engaging on the back of it. But he's trying to take the fight, he's trying to force the fight. Crazy Guy's still able to win it.
One down.
W1. He's been making a highlight reel so far, but not anymore. Bleed really showing that they can go beyond just neck to neck against the members of VLT. And they're able to win the crucial buy round.
Yeah, and Velocity still though, inflicting some serious damage. Bleed will have to figure out how to shut down that Hall's presence, because that's 3 rounds in a row. He just waltzed into Halls with no contention whatsoever. No trap as well, right? I mean, not that the trap will matter much against that Cypher. A single cage to get him out.
Yeah.
So they are going to place that trap towards Halls this time. But I think Crazy Guy is still very much likely to keep checking his back and make sure that Bleed are not getting flanked. Again, they're going to go for the Hall's presence this time, VLT, while contesting mid. But they're sending a buddy with Hellfighter to make sure he isn't caught out. The double Hall's push along with this mid play. Velocity. They give away elbow. Bleed looking to fight.
No. And they force this mid fight. They force it, they win it. No punish. VLT. The flat without a response. Presence towards Halls not going to be noted just yet, as they're able to try and dodge that trademark. Hellfighter yet again finds himself in the backlines, but this time at least he has MW1, so they have each other to work out of. What a whale, man.
And they know.
Lead 3-man
Surely
advantage,
they know.
and they are expecting every position at this point, considering the radio silence that they've been facing.
I think they know that they're likely to come through from Hall's look. So you can see the KO Viper clearing off A side now, telling their teammates, hey, they're either towards B or towards mid. And finally, they swat Velocity off. MW1 off to a good start to pick one off and keep their hopes alive in this 2v4. And Bleed spread apart so damn much. Darion on his
30
lonesome.
seconds left.
I don't think he's got a rendezvous either, so could be isolated in this fight. The backup though coming through now, as Crazy Guy and Darion each find one, and Bleed, they pick up a crucial round. 2-2 on board, and with the back-to-back consecutive rounds for Bleed over the last few rounds, not consecutive, my bad, with the 2 rounds picked up over the last 3 rounds, and really focusing in, I think Bleed are likely to get Darion his hands on an operator, and that's when things really start to change, Oshi. Because you become that anchor almost on that chamber, and it's a lot more difficult to try and force in the side.
He has his
Oh, it's
hands on
actually
that
on
operator
juice.
as well now. Yeah.
Get out of my way.
W1 does have the blades. And, ooh, yeah. I was hoping that he's able to dodge that 0 point. That just buys a teeny bit more time for Bleed and pushes VLT on that back foot. They don't have the tailwind anymore, CA, so they won't be able to make that direct dive towards side. Bleed yet again with
Look
utility.
at the Euro TP. Oh, it's got stuck under Kit Kat, so he's actually going to be on the butt end of this wall, and Bleed have retaken the side behind their own wall to fight. Rather than to play on the retake, they're going to have to step back as MW1 with his lives trying to make a counter. Doesn't make it work. Instead, it's that TP coming into play. A 1-for-1 trade as the duel is given away for an initiator. Velocity happy to make it work as just their eco.
And with that disengagement, Hellfighter might find decent timing at halls. Again, he did give away his position considering he broke that alarm bot. He has a nice camera to at least secure a little bit of safety.
30 seconds left.
Never mind. Talk about safety, man gets
VCT's
removed from
up.
the battlefield. Well positioned. A Remus. They have cover. Another one.
Oh,
A small chance. And Deathmaker, quick to capitalize. That operator, just in touching vicinity. He had his ultimate as well if he needed options. But again, in a round like this, I'm pretty sure that VLT did not want to invest as much utility as well. So hey, they just saved that for the round later to come. And Lead Esports, they look back in calm and composed fashion yet again.
and man, I love the fact that Bleed are playing with this KO aggressively on this A site, where they're giving Velocity one of two options. Either you run into the KO, who's saving his knife, by the way, and using his knife to then delay,
Here.
where then they even inevitability lose their tailwind, or maybe they lose a TP and they have to reset and try to make it happen, or they go straight into that operator. And while Juicy may have missed in the last round, it's not something he's going to do again and again. But 3-2 on board, both the teams have some crucial ultimates online. The Viper's Pit and the Hunter's Fury available on either side, but my eyes all on that Yoru ultimate, man. Going invisible, he can dodge out all the crosshairs, all the vision that Bleed have, and be able to set his team up for success. And he's going to do exactly that, straight into this B side, trying to get his team information, spotting out JH, but Bleed happy to fight.
Oh, and JH is able to hold his own. Deathmaker had to TP back, could not risk another frag going that way. Hellfighter and Deathmaker, duo that lasted for close to a decade at this point. Need to find VLT back. Crucial round. And hey, that 3 members stuck towards this B side so far. With the backlines closing in on them and Juicy securing that crucial rotation towards A, they're essentially forced on this fight.
30
Yeah,
seconds.
Juicy. He's gonna intercept Hellfighter as well. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Terrible.
He's just losing 1 member.
And look, man, again, that dimensional drift of no essence. He basically, in the dimensional drift, watch his teammates drift away to their deaths, and Velocity just not able to make it happen. They got to start anticipating this, in the sense that Bleed are the kind of team where we saw even on Fracture yesterday, right? Where rather than play on the retake, they prefer to play to fight on site, and they do exactly that once again. They're like, you may know our positions, but you still have to contend with our utility, because you don't have that KO, you can't really suppress us, you can't shut us down. So they set up the double peaks on their flashes, and they're able to make Velocity pay, force this timeout. And 4-2 now, Velocity, they're going to be wondering how they can make it work. Again, I really think it's off of Hellfighter's luck. While in the first few rounds that Hall's presence worked out, maybe we start to see him look for more mid-connector or nest plays, where his team going for the 4-1 split towards A, and if he can catch Juicy out towards B, that lone operator, then it suddenly opens up the options for his team either to rotate or to bait off the rotations of Bleed and make that A site work. So I think they've got to slightly change up where Hellfighter is lurking, and it's not like Halls is bad, it's just we need a bit more versatility in his lurk, because right now they're expecting him in Halls every single round.
If you're VLT, do you think you'd take the fight towards mid? Because Bleed are always
No.
contesting mid, no matter what. And again, if you're going to go towards either side, there's a good chance you're going to run up against an operator. So, I mean, I do see value in contesting mid, but I also see the reasons why you shouldn't.
OJ, I have to say, the reason I love the Yoru on Viper maps is because I think even more than the Sova, the Yoru is the best way to take a Viper ult. You set up like a gate crash with a fake Yoru of your own, and they're never gonna understand. You fake them out completely, and you're able to push it through. So I actually hope VLT hits this particular Viper ult, then run away.
Do better.
Again, that fight towards mid, right? Bleed never been shy about it. At least MW1 is able to trade his teammate out. And with no other Bleed members present towards mid, it's still a gun that VLT could grab, but they're relying on Excali's positioning to pan out. Finds the dink. Finds the kill. Man advantage secured, but they still are yet to navigate this Viper's pit. And mind you, you wanted Deathmaker to pull out that move, not in the position to do so, sadly. So what are the options here for VLT? Are they trying to fight towards spawn, maybe?
30
Are they
seconds.
trying to
I think
catch
they're
off a
gonna-
rotation?
Nowhere
If
to
MW1
run.
I
finds
think
a
they're gonna
frag,
go
that's
for
the
a wrap
only...
on the back of
Yes!
MW1.
Tag! That's brilliant. At least one way that they could deal with it. Though, this ult from Amaterasu, it's not the ult I imagined. Although it's pretty darn decent,
Spike
all things said and
planted.
done. Able to get an avenue to plant, they have an avenue to defend door. So realistically, they have to defend the rotation from cave and defender spawn.
Oh, and that's a very interesting recomp because he sets it up towards the water. So not actually revealing double doors, but revealing that there's no
Oh,
one
oh
on
no!
site.
Classics over this.
Excali with a perfectly timed peek catches, shocks crazy guy with the shock dart in his hand and leaves Juicy on his own, sir. Was able to land
Indeed,
his
indeed.
shot in that spam, but the time's running out. Juicy spotted out Excali, and Excali with a cracking shot pulls off a thrifty for Velocity. That timeout paying off, and Velocity taking their time, waiting out the initial move from Bleed. They expect that aggressive peak, and they're able to trade 1v1 on Darion, which sets them up for success because no trap towards halls. J-heads get caught out,
Player
and
standing.
well, the rest is history. Darion really needs to try and not get traded out in those situations.
Yeah, and I love the play that Amaterasu made there. That Viper spit was so brilliantly put together. But forcing your whim and that kind of prime utility usage
Double up.
forces Bleed to play that kind of game.
There they are.
Aggression. You mentioned that B-side's quite the vulnerability, especially when you have that MW1 Deathmaker frontline duo. And this B-side, you blink and you wonder what the hell just happened to the defense.
Spike planted.
Yeah, and ooh,
Oh,
Darion though is able to pull one back.
Back soon.
He certainly loves being in this position, but can he pull a miracle off? Gonna take it slow right now. Going through for the peak in the quick scope to shut down that Mako.
Bad chamber.
JH go one, and Darion, he's now popping the heck off.
what?
And whoa, he's gotta be enjoying this, man. That chamber on his ultimate just absolutely popping off. That's not a round that Bleed expected to win, but when Darion's got his hands on the Tour de Force, he's a force to reckon with. Why? I just let's vote to the king. That was nasty, man. Especially this fourth kill. One and pop.
Damn.
Enemy remaining.
Pop it like it's hot. Pop it like
I
it's
mean,
hot.
he had another bullet in that third day first, but he's like, you know what? Guys, Old Pat Chamber need to do this for the highlights, you know? For the memories.
Yeah, he's got to pop it like it's hot, man.
Get out of my way.
And Juicy
Oh,
says,
he
you know
popped it
what, my
like a
guy?
pimple, man, it hurt.
Oh. And Juicy's like, man, after that clutch, you deserve the op. Keep it. I'm not gonna op anymore. No. It's a wall shot for an MW1 just stacked out. But again, that 0 point crucial. It suppresses all three of them, and Hellfighters look shut down. Velocity, they've got
It's
nowhere
Gary's
to go. They've got to
position.
spread out.
Oh. And he's botched the boat, but Amaterasu still has to pay the price. Scary. Miracle that he stayed alive. MW1 given a little bit of room to work with. And mind you, Darion put in pressure from two positions. Doesn't have the safety net of the rendezvous to go back. And an instant push from MW1
Oh my.
as he had no options, no blades as well. Courtesy of J Hatch. Ay.
I
Looks scary
have
there,
to
man.
say.
Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I love the way Velocity started off this map. With the B hit, especially after that thrifty, it looked like it was all going to work out. They were building up that momentum. But after that kind of clutch from Darion, Bleed feel like a beast awakened. It's like
Enemy remaining.
in the recent Godzilla movie, you know, where that big butterfly monster comes online, and everyone's like, whoa, wait, what? Where did you come from? That's what Darion feels like right now. He's just King Kong Godzilla. He doesn't care. He's like a beast, a mythical beast, completely different and on a whole nother level, and making them pay for Velocity, trying to make the mid-away happen to make it count. They're just not able to make it work. One by one, they fall like flies and Bleed picking them apart.
Last player standing.
Yeah, they just play off each other's aggression so beautifully, man. They're able to deal with any adaptation that VLT are trying to bring in towards this A site. The stack looking pretty flat from VLT yet again. But they still have the opportunity for making this a decent half if they're able to back this last 2 rounds in the first half, man. They still are proficient enough on the defense. Because you look at that lineup, right? You have the Hell Left Cypher. You have Amaterasu on his Viper. You have MW1 and Excali who still will be able to take aggressive fights and force fights, which normal compositions really cannot. So in the long run, it's still possible for VLT to try and maneuver this scary looking bleed. But it's all about how they deal with it in the present. And presently, it's not looking good for VLT.
Nowhere to run.
Like a rising tide lifting all the boats. Darion's form has had Bleed come alive. Now looking absolutely terrifying in their duels. He refused to lose a single fight. 7-3 now, and in velocities by round, it's all crumbling. OG. Bleed likely to pick up the 8-3 advantage. Can Amaterasu finally shut Darion down? I don't know, it's quite unlikely, but ooh, the crouch and the sneak coming
Did
in.
give
Yeah,
away
the
position
rendezvous, I
there,
think.
Darion.
Yeah.
No chance, dude. Like, Juicy's all alone towards the site now. If
They still have the
VLT ever
wall,
had
so-
an opening, might be it.
They have the wall. If Amaterasu can get a pick off and the plant, gets the Viper's pit online as well, so
30 seconds
Rotation's
left.
not
already
possible,
here,
but they're
though.
playing contact off of the poison orb. They're waiting and they're waiting, but Scary able to layer his utility beautifully, and it's a 1-for-1 trade, and that works out beautifully so for Bleed. Because they know now Amaterasu on side. Scary just happy to pay the patience game and shut him down. 8-3, and Bleed with a massive lead here, Uji.
I'm interested to see what the money is looking like on VLT. We approach the dying segment of this first half. Things haven't been looking for them and looking really good for them in the recent past.
I don't think they have money at all. Like, look at
Exactly.
this 200, 100. It should be just
Maybe
bulldogs. And
desperation,
yeah, there
guy.
we go.
Yeah.
All set up.
They're relying on Amaterasu to try getting, they're relying on VLT to try getting side control. So then if Amaterasu is able to use that Viper's pet, at least gives them an even chance at a fight back. Carry on. Aggression still not discovered by Crazy Guy, however. That drone got destroyed the second it came out.
Oh, but this is all a fake.
Find death.
All to try and set up the bit hit on the B side, but Velocity they're not even able to make their way in. Talk about selling a fake right
God.
now. They're selling their lives and walking into their deaths. Is now MW1 and Hellfighter. They'll have to make a desperation play, and they'll
Flawless.
find nothing
Wow.
on the other end. A flawless round to finish off this half as well. Bleed set themselves up on a 9-3, and I must say it was the defense for Bleed that had a potential worry. Going into the attack, they're not going to care about a Yoru. They're not going to care about a Cypher. They're just going to look to W and punish Velocity again and again for their lack of the stopping power.
I like that smile from JH. It was as wide as day, dude.
Yeah.
It was good to see. But hey, it's no smiles over at the VLT camp. They look dead serious. Again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a map where VLT are no strangers to. In fact, this is one of the best maps. So for Bleed, to have such a dominating first half has taken everybody by storm without a doubt.
Good effort from Velocity to try this Yoru, catch Bleed by surprise, but feels like on the back of one clutch beat, they've more than come alive. They've really found their form and they're punishing Velocity again and again. Velocity with the mid aggression.
Like this.
Tiebreaker, he's caught off, now marking the elbow push and with no information.
They know.
Hellfighter now left alone, getting crunched from both sides. Flashes coming in from every angle and he just has nowhere to go. Bleed able to walk in with pure aggression towards this site and Velocity, they can do nothing
Spike
about it.
planted.
JH flashes, dude. Ugh. Stomach hurts. I feel bad for Hellfighter. From a mile away, he lands the perfect pop. That's
Ooh,
the perfect angle,
wait,
and what the hell? Hello? Excali?
Scanning ahead.
Alright. Pulls this one right back for VLT.
Found them.
2 versus 2. Position guaranteed for 1. Juicy tagged up by that fragment, but he still denies Excali. It's possible though for Amaterasu to find the clutch. The play that Excali started. Amaterasu on the verge of finishing. Ring around the Rossi. Time is what's being bought by JH. Audio cut. Amaterasu has the chance at the clutch. But does he have the time?
Yeah.
I think it just about does.
No production.
Shit.
Please bring it back.
I think he did. Smiles on the face
Yeah,
of you.
just about. I think.
Like, let's go
Less than a
Excali. I think
second,
that's
maybe?
exactly what
What
Ian said.
happened there?
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
I guess we'll never find out. I hope Excali clips that and puts it online because I want to see how he was able to pull that off. He didn't even lose a single HP, man. He was 100 HP when we saw him. Just 3 headshots,
Exactly.
not a single health point left, and it was Derion who had Bleed come alive. Excali might just do the same with the help of Amaterasu. They found a huge clutch and Bleed. They're trying to force their way in. They want to deny Velocity this momentum. And for Velocity, this is a high risk, high reward round now. Because they win this, the comeback most definitely online. You get MW1 and op, your economy builds up, but you lose this, and that clutch, that momentum that Excali bought will all be in vain.
Bleed looking to execute towards this A side now. Front lines penetrated by Bleed, but still not far over. Excali, in fact, from range is able to deny JH. And mind you, they still have the ability to set each other up. Amaterasu could be flashed, and he could make the transition into wall. No, they just trade each other out, and it does temporarily favor Bleed because still options and opportunities are open, and that's something that VLT need to try and deny in a round like this. Decent
They
damage.
do exactly
all things
that.
said and done. I don't think they get to save the Phantom, do they?
I think they
Scally did
might.
invest into one.
Yeah, he was towards stairs, I guess, when he died. It's not too far away. They should be able to run immediately if the call was given out and pick it up to save. But hey, it's the round that matters. It's not like they have to worry about a buy coming in the next round. They're still going to have the better weaponry. They can play the bonus or even upgrade. So they have the better weapons altogether. And they do exactly that. Yeah, I think they were able to save the Phantom because I see Excali's only invested 1,000 credits or so.
Cage trigger.
MW1 on the butt end of a cracking shot.
Ooh,
A
what a
fighter
save.
able to recover his weapon, and that's crucial because we at least don't get access to that Wando. But it's Excali, man, being that shining light. We saw it from him in the upper bracket finals against Revenant before, where he single-handedly was able to pull off a map for
Look at
VLT,
DM.
and it looks like he might just do it again.
Prime position to make the prime play. Could have landed the call out, but he now
the ding.
whiffs his chances at getting a double. No, the problem of choice quite often haunts players in this game, but not quite the way that it haunted Deathmaker. And Bleed now are
But they
exercising
did
the
convey
options
it
that they're given. Look at the rotations that they're committing. They want to head towards
Yep.
that ace side, and Excali cannot afford to give away his life.
Healing area.
Spike
Brilliantly
down
holds
A.
on to it. Has the spike as well,
Remaining.
Gone.
and hey, he missed the round in security. BLT are not going to be denied.
Boy, oh boy, the hunter right now in Excali, really ready to taste the blood. He's like a shark at this point. The apex predator of the sea, and he smelled the blood
Healing area.
Spike down
from Blade,
A.
and he's hunting them down again and again. It's Excali leading the charge, just not missing a single shot, firing all his cylinders in every mark and pushing Velocity back. But it could all be perturbed, it could all be denied off of a single buy round. So Velocity, they cannot afford to take the pedal of the metal. They got to keep it going, and they've got to keep it going strong. Lee trying to pick up the pace, though, going for the SB hit
Brilliant
once again,
shot.
but MW1 lands a beautiful shot. The Hunter Suri coming in to deny, but Excali not able to land a single wave. Leech still able to get the plant, and that should be the Viper's Pit coming online.
Exactly. The fact that JH is down at least enables VLT to play off utility in this post plant. Something that might be crucial to navigate this Viper's ult. And the entirety of Bleed set up towards the side. It's an uncomfortable defense without a doubt, CA. If you don't have control towards Hall, if you don't have control towards main, there's very little positioning that you can play out of. But Darion and Juicy still find success. They still find the fights. And they take it. Merciless. Bleed executing VLT. Despite VLT having a man advantage on that retake, it felt like an effortless hold that Bleed were able to string together. Unbelievable.
And I'd love to see that replay because it looked like that Viper split was almost a distraction because look, they're all focused in towards this Viper split where with a double peek, they come swinging from backside and they catch Velocity out.
Enemy remaining.
Bleed playing that post spawn masterfully where they use that Viper split as bait and force Velocity into an uncomfortable position. And despite the leads that Velocity had, despite the consecutive rounds they're able to win, they're not able to build their economy up and they've now been relegated to a broken buy. Bleed looking to pounce, looking to make them pay. They've already found one and they'll soon make it double and maybe even a triple as Excali, MW1 and Hellfighter are all stuck in small portions of this site.
And I think Bleed realized that as well, hence that fast play towards this ace side. And you can't even expect Amaterasu to make a play because he has a damn judge, yo.
Yeah.
No way in hell he's gonna deny a plant and a... No, not like this.
Man, you feel so bad when you have that judge and nobody ever comes to you and then they start planting like slightly far away from you because you're like, yeah, I'm doomed. What am I supposed to do?
I mean, hey, who'd be surprised? No one wants to come near a judge player, like... Would be so surprised, eh? Metaphorically and,
Player standing.
in the game.
Yeah. I mean, no one wants to go in front of a judge in real life either. That's just... that's a bad day in general. 11-6 though. Aye, that momentum of Velocity, it is denied and we've seen this from Blade before, Roji. Their ability to just stay consistent despite the odds, to not fall prey to the momentum swings that comes through in a match like this. They're able to utilize their own highs the way they did in the first half after Darion's clutch, but they're also able to minimize their opponent's highs. Yeah, while they may give away a few rounds, they're always able to reset, recalibrate, and pull it back. Velocity with yet another timeout. Now, we saw this be very fruitful, turning into a thrifty in the first half, and they'll need just that once again because while Excali's had the greatest of maps, the same cannot be said by the players we had our eyes on. Deathmaker and Hellfighter, not so much, not so great.
It still feels like there's a chance for a comeback though, CA. I think that this is more of a done deal.
It's not
for
impossible.
Bleed.
Well, it's not impossible because in Valorant, anything can happen. Velocity, they're the kind of team that can rely on momentum. But then you remember this is Bleed Esports and you're like, I wouldn't necessarily
Deathmaker is
put my
feeling
money.
it, man. Deathmaker looks happy.
Yeah, but I don't think anyone who believes right now this the VLT timer comeback happening will put their money where their mouth is. So it's
You have a
it's
point.
more of the hopium point rather than the expectation.
True. Well, talk about hopium. VLT need a little bit of copium to what they are administering to them, as it feels like not only the individual prowess of Bleed are getting out of hand, but also the kind of fast-paced strategy added with the support that JH is bringing. Brilliant flashes, brilliant setup, alongside Crazy Guy as well. Bleed as an entire unit on this attack have just felt like an unstoppable force to some extent. Especially even once he set up towards that post plant, right? The kind of fights that Juicy and Darion are able to win out feel criminal almost.
Ooh, Deathmaker's jump peak spotted out, so that should tell them with the Cypher camera likely heard as well when they took mid control that the heavier stack towards this A site and Bleed with the mid control inch their way in. Catch MW1 out, but they're still gonna look to take it slow, not commit, and timing working out beautifully for them. Crazy Guy does not fall down, escapes with just 10 HP.
That's a Vandal done and dusted, man. Amaterasu pretty much knows what's coming his way. With GH popping his ultimate, there's barely anything that he can do to hold his ground. He needs to concede, he needs to live to fight another day. But as he survives, his teammates are not as fortunate as they fall prey to the Bleed carnage that continues to ensue on the server. And Bleed not only double up on their lead, but they're on map point. There's nothing but smiles and giggles over at the Bleed camp. That Maker
Bleed
not
now.
necessarily feeling that comfortable, dude. Seems a little agitated
Yeah.
with this matchup.
Look, I'll give Velocity and Depmaker the props for trying, right? For picking up
Attempting
that
the
Euro
Euro.
and yeah, and giving like Bleed a run for their money in terms of at least surprising them and giving them a curveball and starting off this map strong. But hey, Velocity, Boom tried to do the exact same thing, and while Bleed may lose in the first half, they're the kind of team that adapts so damn quick and they always push back. And when they do, they push back strong. Now they're looking for the halls to A and surprise Velocity once again by picking up the pace. Scally though, with the recon, might catch them all out, and that Maker, he's found one. Velocity trying to push him back, but Derion, he's found the clutch once, he might just find it once again. Does get traded
Dodges the
out, it's now
bullets.
all down to Juicy on his daggers, but that Maker will shut it down, leaving Crazy Guy in an impossible position here, OG. No spike, no way to get it up either. I don't think Crazy Guy is going to be able to pull this one off.
Yeah. Hellfighter stands on the other side. I mean, a 1v1 against Hellfighter is something that's typically annoying. See if he's gonna live up to it. Ability used to a small extent. Hey, at least Amaterasu is right around the corner to find the trade. BLT managed to secure another round, but hey, this again Bleed with their ultra aggressive play that they're signature for, right? So it's not a surprise that it really didn't work. Something that VLT could have seen coming. At least Bleed have quite the rounds in terms of already having map point. Try and throw a strategy like this to just see how far VLT can be caught off guard.
Here. Let's go.
And really, the fact remains that at this point, Bleed, they just still need one more round, but it's all about that momentum for Velocity now. That Maker trying to set up a play with his TP, but the gate crash, broken and denied. So he'll have to make do with his plays on site. Bleed able to bait out a ton of utility in their aggressive play, but they also trade out space. MW1 with the forward position in B main could set up a huge flank.
Yeah, but there are still two players invested towards that B side though, so this A side still very much at risk to fall from the hands of BLT. Excali doing very well in his ability to fight back, but finally BLT are able to recoup on his loss. They find a good rotation towards mid, they find decent timing, and they find a very crucial ult from Hellfighter. That neural theft give them the ability to fight back in this round.
Fake teleport.
The Viper's pit's been shut down. And Bleed, while it
One
is a
enemy
2v3 with the
remaining.
advantage for VLT,
Spike down
they're trying to
A.
play contact on their way onto side.
Carry
No
on, dude.
Vipers, so it's just dry peaks. And yeah, like with anyone else, it might be impossible. But
Oh.
Derion, he picks up the spike, trying to rendezvous his way out.
Why didn't
He
they
was in
TP
the
out? I
range.
thought he's... Yeah, exactly. F. Criminal almost. But hey, VLT. Surviving but just the skim of their teeth. Mind you, this is Breeze. It's a map where VLT do find comfort. So if they get the ball rolling, there's still a chance that they can force a couple more rounds, you know?
Oh yeah.
Just see if there's more than just a little bit of light at the end of the
Here.
tunnel.
And-
4 rounds here, nothing undoable.
And Blaze economy not looking so great. I think they've got 2 more buys left in them, including this one. So if Velocity able to get the next few rounds, that's effectively overtime guaranteed because there'll be an eco round and they'll have to play on that 12-11. Derion though falling prey to Excali, who's been the shining light, the saving grace of reality in many a round. And once again, Bleed look for that mid control, but they give up a lot of space on the other sides of the maps. Look at Amaterasu's forward position. He's giving away a ton of information to his team, who are then able to play deep angles in B side, knowing that Bleed only have mid and they can look for the mid to E, with Deathmaker marking out mid to A. But he's taken out, and that's going to put a lot of pressure into Amaterasu to try and make a play.
Mind you, with Excali being this dead low, BLT really need to exercise their options in caution here. Can't really afford to take a... Oh no.
Wow.
Not like this.
He smells him coming.
Yeesh. And Bleed just cool and calmly walk back towards his A site. Like it's theirs to claim from the get-go. Unbelievable. If this is how they close out
30
Breeze,
seconds left.
man, I feel a little sad.
I think Excali will feel sad most of all. Despite his heroics, despite his initial pick, which is not able to pull off the win. Now the Hunter's Fury coming online to deny the plant for Bleed. They just wait it out. They will get it through. Hellfighter does find Scary. Does keep the room open for a potential retake. Now 3v3, Bleed, they've got a ton of utility. The fragment and the flashpoints available on JH, and with Excali shut down, not much information here for Velocity to play. Quite separated as well. They're playing on the flashes for an aggressive post plant, and they shut Velocity down. The comeback denied. Velocity's map of choice once again picked up by Bleed. They did it on Fracture against Boom. They did it against Velocity on Breeze. Bleed, they've got the strongest map pool.
It feels like right now they have not only the strength in map pool, but also individual prowess. Some of the rounds pulled by Darion, some of the rounds pulled out by Juicy. Scary also delivering. JH, brilliant support with that KO. Felt like he knew exactly how the defense was going to be positioned. Brilliantly outread Hellfighter, brilliantly dealt with Amaterasu. All across the board, Bleed. Truly shaping up to be demons here. And hey, it looks like they're this close to getting their early ticket to the grand finals punched in.
My camera is
Yeah.
destroyed.
Exactly right. And
Buried.
the fact remains that Velocity they tried, and I'm always going to love the fact that they pulled off the Yoru while Tiebreaker didn't have the greatest maps. I think he didn't really go for a lot of the players. You know, I'd have liked to see him go for the gimmicky setups almost, the flash TPs, the aggressive notes where even a 1-for-1 could have been very, very valuable because it's not like that Yoru is helping his team out. But fair enough, it's a brand new agent. And this is why I say the Yoru honestly surprising me more than the Harbor, because the Harbor is easier to learn with how to play. It's a controller agent. At the end of the day, it's all about supporting your teammates. So Yoru is all about the individual creativity that you
This
can
round.
bring into play. And that was what I was missing for this round, man.
Ah,
Darion, the absolute magnificent beast.
Be faster.
What a play. What a freaking play.
that's
That's why
your
Chamber
average
needs
chat
enough. And that's why
Chamber.
I'm glad he's there. Those
Exactly.
quick shots could just not be possible, man.
Yeah, I'll be very honest, man. Coming from a guy who loves playing the operator, I'm happy that he's nerfed as well. It makes the game far more relaxing to play, right? Especially when you're playing the attack. It's not like you have to deal with freaking Doctor Strange at every round that you're hitting the A side on Breeze. So yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Like I feel that.
Healing area.
Spike down.
It's a lot less oppressive for sure.
One enemy
But these
remaining.
teams are gonna have to deal with it for a few more days. Because that's how we're going to end this entire tournament. We're fine, man. We're going to go play rank lobbies, Nova Chamber. No worries. We just have to watch it here. But these teams, they have to suffer the cancer for a couple more days. And hey, they have the option of picking it themselves, and Velocity not choosing that. And honestly, as much as I love the Yoru, I wonder what this match might have been like if Depmaker was on the
Yum
chamber,
Chamber?
instead.
yeah, it could have been a completely different ordeal.
Like an
Because
Excali
we
KO,
mentioned
maybe
that-
Hellfighter Sova.
I mean, see,
know,
like
maybe they'll
especially
come.
during the attack, right? We've seen the fact that Deathmaker, even though he's trying to be the man, and even though he's trying to make the space, even with his dimensional drift, he really was not much of a threat. They just comfortably took all the fights that came to them, and Deathmaker wasn't able to make much of the post plants either. As usually he was either not alive, or B, the kind of retakes that were required from Bleed were so low already. It wasn't a game where VLT had the luxury of getting a lot of plants either. So just on the basis of their defaults and their starting few seconds of the defense, usually shuts the deal clean and dry.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, at the end of the day, it's all about the simple fact that for Bleed, they have proven to be that team again and again that will just thrive when you keep putting them in these difficult spots because of their raw fundamentals, their ability to adapt. 13-8, Bleed pick up the victory, and while Velocity might have made it tough, I think Bleed, they're only going to find it easy going into the next map because they picked that map for comfort. They didn't pick it to target PLT. They don't care what Velocity bring to play. They don't care if that Phoenix runs it back. They don't care if MW1 starts popping off because we're going to see the Jet Reyna, Juicy especially on that Reyna, try to have a field day. And really, I think he's going to be hangry after this map because it was really the Derion show to a large extent. Poor Juicy, he missed a few crucial shots. He didn't really get put into those spotlight situations many a times and didn't really shine as much. But I feel because of that, going into Haven, he's going to be like, all right, give me the Reyna. I'm going to eat these guys for breakfast. I think it's lunch,
And hey,
actually, in Singapore.
at least on the side of VLT, there are opportunities for them to fight back. MW1 has really been feeling it on us right now. In fact, I think on every debut that it's had in the Penta Pro Series so far, it's left a palpable impact on every occasion. So it's something that I really hope that we do get to see. And yeah, this has just been a farm day for Derion especially, right? He really proves beyond a point that Riot truly made the right move. And hey, I hope that with the way we've seen Bleed, with the way they've been so dominant, especially with the new patch, we hopefully get to see new strategies that we do get to see them avail. But hey, that's all at a day later, right? We still have this best to deal with at the Penta Pro Series, and we still have this best of 3 to deal with in the Penta Pro Series. So going into a map like Haven, what are the expectations that you have, CA? Do you think that it's gonna be more of a mirror matchup?
On Haven? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Velocity pulled the Reyna out, but I don't think Bleed gonna change a single thing on that map. I think it's gonna just be that Jet Reyna, Breach Sova composition. They play no Sentinel as well on Haven. It's all aggression, and it really does feel like Bleed's home ground to a large extent. They're so damn good with the way they're able to carpet bomb the sites and deny the opponent even a moment to play. They almost start strangling their opponents and suffocating them to their deaths. And I know it's a horrific idea and an image to think in your mind, but trust me, that's the way Bleed play.
Okay. I mean, you make it sound like a reality show at this point, but hey, it does look like a pretty dominant show.
What reality show are people strangling each other in, man? I gotta
Haven't
watch
you
this.
seen any of these Indian reality shows, bro?
No, that makes sense. I will avoid.
Okay. Well, one thing that we do need to see in reality and in the show right now is Deathmaker, right? Because we didn't get to see much of him in Breeze, and we hope to see a lot more of him in Haven. Let's have a couple of words with him before we do head on to that.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to yet another post-match segment. And this time I've got with me the one and only king of India, DM King himself. What's up, Deathmaker? Kaise ho?
I'm good. आप कैसे हो?
I'm doing very good and very excited to talk to you. But let's talk about the match today first. बाकी पे जाने के पहले you popped off. गंदा मार रहे थे रेफरेंट को. क्या हो गया आज?
कुछ नहीं, बस ऑलरेडी एक BO3 एक BA5 मैच हो चुका वो लोग के साथ, तो अभी हो ही गया आइडिया कैसे खेलते वो लोग, क्या है क्या नहीं है, तो इसके लिए आ रहा था रीड हल्का हल्का सा, और कुछ नहीं, बस इतना ही.
एंड आइसबॉक्स पे स्पेशली आई थिंक आप बहुत एग्रेसिव खेल रहे थे. डिड यू गाइस एक्सपेक्ट द आइसबॉक्स पिक्स उनके तरफ से?
यस, हम लोग के दिमाग में तो था कि आइसबॉक्स पिक आने वाला है, और हम लोग भी रेडी थे इस बार कि हम लोग भी सेम हम लोग भी नॉट फ्रॉम पीछे, अभी हम लोग भी थोड़ा सा आगे से खेलने वाले, तो आगे से खेले हम लोग सब प्लेयर्स ने, इवन नॉट द ड्यूलिस्ट, ऑल प्लेयर्स. तो उसके बाद आप लोग को अरे कैसे बताऊँ मैं, जो हुआ इन गेम आप लोग को पता ही है.
हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स. आप लोग ये रिसेंट लाइनअप के साथ MW1 रिटर्न भी कर रहे हैं. वो डबल ड्यूलिस्ट बहुत खेलने को मिला है, सो इट्स बैक टू द क्लासिक वैलोरेंट. आपको आर यू एंजॉयिंग दिस स्टाइल, थोड़ा रिलैक्स बट एट द सेम टाइम समथिंग दैट इज कंफर्टेबल फॉर यू?
ऑनेस्टली 1 साल के बाद बहुत ही अच्छा रिलैक्स कर रहा हूँ मैं, क्योंकि अभी हम लोग जो खेल रहे हैं, हम लोग का उसमें नो स्ट्रेस नथिंग है. जो भी एजेंट पिक हो रहे हैं वो हिसाब से खेलते हैं कि ये एजेंट का क्या रोल है, कैसे खेलता है, बस वही और कुछ नहीं.
Beautiful, and I can see it in your game for sure. But 2023 आ रहा है DM, and I think everyone is excited, you know, आपके return के लिए, the redemption curve almost. But I want to ask, आपके क्या expectations है 2023 से, challenges से?
अभी तक कुछ एक्सपेक्टेशन तो नहीं है हम
Okay.
लोग फॉर दैट लाइक फॉर द नेक्स्ट ईयर जो भी आने वाला है उसके लिए वी आर प्रिपेयर्ड एंड हम लोग का जो टीम प्रैक्टिस भी होने वाला है बहुत ही जल्द सो नाउ लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस बट वी आर गोइंग टू लाइक हम लोग तो लाइक क्या बोल लाइक यू नो बस बहुत कुछ और भी नए नए चीज़ें आप लोग को शायद से देखने को मिलेगा लाइक इन द फ्यूचर फॉर श्योर
ओके, तो आप बोल रहे हैं नए नए चीजें देखने को मिलेगा। अन्ना आई थिंक ट्विटर पे बोल रहे थे कि लाइनअप फाइनलाइज नहीं है। जनता को कब पता चलेगा कि 2023 VLT का रोस्टर, फाइनल रोस्टर क्या है?
इतना बता सकता हूँ कि अभी तो कुछ बता नहीं सकता बट बहुत ही जल्दी आप लोग को देखने को मिलेगा एंड सबर का
Fair
फल
enough.
हमेशा ही मिठाई होता है सो जस्ट वेट और
Just wait and watch.
या
Okay, lovely. Very excited DM for that. But tomorrow आप आपके मे बी सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट अपोनेंट के अगेंस्ट खेलने वाले ब्लीड, जो आज उनका मैच जीत गई है। एंड आई थिंक अगर आप लोग कल ब्लीड को बीट करते देन यू आर ऑलमोस्ट मैथमेटिकली क्वालिफाइड ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। सो हाउ आर यू फीलिंग अबाउट दैट मैचअप?
लाइक कुछ ऐसा नहीं है कि हम लोग ने अभी तक जो भी मैचेस हुए तो सेम ही खेलने वाले हम लोग भी कल भी वी आर गोइंग टू गिव आवर बेस्ट ना उसके बाद देखते हैं अभी क्या होता है आगे इन गेम
फेयर इनफ। आई थिंक बहुत सारे लोग आपको रूट कर रहे होंगे, तो उन लोग के लिए आप कुछ बोलना चाहे तो आपके फैंस एंड आपके सारे सपोर्टर्स के लिए।
वो क्या ही बोलना और वो लोग है ही करके हम लोग है इधर पे अभी तो जस्ट वही कि जैसे आप लोग सपोर्ट करो सेम ऐसे सपोर्ट करते रहो एंड वी विल गिव द रिजल्ट्स इन द फ्यूचर फॉर श्योर एंड थैंक यू सो मच फॉर सपोर्टिंग गाइस
Lovely. Okay, PM, chalo. Thank you so much for having this chat with me. It was my pleasure talking to you.
थैंक यू सो मच फॉर हैविंग मी बाय बाय
Well, I think DM, like he said, they're not really concerned about which team comes in front of them, but more concerned about how they're going to play. And that's going to be an important point heading in towards Haven, because they can't really think about the might bleed really displayed in that first map. They'll have to focus more on their own game.
Exactly, man. And considering that, VLT was just at the cusp of touching double digits, I'm a little sad with a couple of rounds that did transpire in that first half, right? Especially that round where Darion came up huge, the round where they lost a 5 versus 4 retake where they were the one who had the man advantage. So rounds like those are really what haunts you over close losses like what just transpired. But hey, VLT now need to cut their losses short and need to look at it as a longer road than they now need to traverse as we head into map 2 of this best of 3 Haven, a map where we still have the chance to see Deathmaker fight back with his operator as it allows a lot of long range duels. We have a chance to see VLT even roll back to that classic composition that they did show us in the league stage of the Penta Pro Series. A lot of options here for VLT, but what they're going to choose is going to be more crucial than what they have in the bag.
Yeah, and going into Haven, Velocity, it's not like they're going to be more comfortable than Breeze, but it should be more neutral ground in the sense that they're not going to be playing the Yoru, they're not going to be playing agents that they don't necessarily know. So it should be a lot more simple for them to try and find some form. But the issue is, so is it for Bleed. Without that surprise factor where they get to play agents that they're so damn comfortable on, the supportive nature of players like JH, especially on that breach coming out, it really does feel inevitable. But I want to see that comeback, man. I want to see Bleed really tested, because that's one thing that hasn't happened just yet. Well, Boom tested Bleed in some rounds, in some phases with momentum swings going their way. They didn't actually make Bleed drop a single map. And if Bleed are able to secure this victory 2-0 as well, then they waltz their way into the grand finals looking like clear-cut favorites without dropping a single freaking map.
That'll be quite the tale, especially for Bleed, who are looking to be heavy contenders in the 23 season. And hey, so far VLT, they have not had the best of start, especially Deathmaker, right? The fact that as a team was able to bounce back and still make it a relatively decent scoreline, despite Deathmaker having a massive drop off in that map, speaks volumes for VLT's efforts and the way they tried to make amends with their old system and try to, play off textbook more than individualism, which is something that they were trying to preface during the league stage, but now try to shy away from. And Haven is a map that truly can change the odds of that happening, right? Due to the way Bleed play their attack, due to the kind of conditioning that they force into VLT, it might just force VLT into making more solo plays than they're comfortable with. So I hope for VLT's sake that they're ready for Bleed's modulation of pace, especially on a map like Haven. That's going to be crippling, right? Because
Yeah.
Bleed's entire agenda is to not let the defense have any sense of comfort. On a map where there innately is more area to cover for the defense and the same manpower to do so, it sort of puts that strength into such a good light.
Yeah, 100%. And really, the fact remains that putting that kind of pressure on a particular team, we've talked about this before, it more than often brings out gems. And we saw that in the likes of Excali, really stepping up to the plate, not really bowing down. It almost enraged him, I think, to a certain extent, the way Bleed were able to push back. And you could see that rage coming out in his gameplay, the way he was taking and winning those fights. But I think this is why we kept talking about Bleed's strength. It doesn't just lie in their prodigies in Juicy and Darion, not just in their firepower, right? It's in the fact that they've got a complete roster with the crazy power of Crazy Guy, the supportive nature inherently of JH, where he's able to ensure that his teammates have always got the better fight and able to also trade back when necessary. And then I shouldn't just speak about Scary because this man is a terror in the night. He's just going to continuously haunt the dreams of his opponents and make sure they wake up in a fright. And really, that terrifying aspect of going up against the likes of Scary, because not just Bleed Scary, right? It's the old Scary that you've seen dominate APAC for a long, long time in his
Exactly.
form in Zerg. So this is a Scary that has a big reputation. When you face off against him, I think one single fight really speaks to Scary's might, which is that one round where Velocity was on defense. It was a 1-for-1 trade, and Bleed were taking it slow through mid. Depmaker was picked off towards double doors, and Amit Rasu was forced to make a play. And normally, nobody would expect a flank, but Scary's just sitting, waiting, waiting, and he just pops one at Amit Rasu's head. He just knows it's coming because that's what he would do as well.
Wow. And yeah, like you said, right, the ability to outread in those kind of situations, it deters BLT from making those plays, and it forces restraint, it forces respect, something that you really can't give, especially when you're on the server. Again, respect of the server is crucial. That's the fundamental of being a sportsman, right? But when you're going to be playing business, you can't be like, oh, guys, it's Darion on the other side. He has an operator. We really can't do it. There needs to be more of that warrior mentality in that sense. And hey, I
Yeah.
get where you come from in that sense. And it's Haven, it's a new start for VLT. It's a map where VLT have found decent success, and they have the ability to pull off multiple compositions. So I think they have still the curveball yet to be displayed to us. Who knows? Maybe an Amaterasu Phoenix alongside a DM, you know, a DM Chamber. You have Hellfighter maybe running double Sentinel for a change, going back on his Cypher. There's a lot of variation that still can be bought. You have Hellfighter who can come back on his renowned Astra, and Excali who can truly flex and maybe pull out the Sova on this occasion, setting up both his duelist in the form of Amaterasu and the lethality in form of Deathmaker up.
Oh, 100%. And look, that simple fact where that you, like you said, the lethality exists in the likes of Velocity. We didn't get to see it in Breeze. I think that was really missing. We didn't get to see primetime Depmaker popping off. We didn't really get to see Hellfighter's lurk except for the first few rounds where he
Yeah.
did make it count. But it felt like ever since that one round where he dropped off and made a slight audio cue and it didn't work out, the confidence just whoop, whoop, whoop. And just like that, because of that confidence going down, we could really see the difference in the gameplay. But going into the next map, it's Haven time. I wonder, does Bleed make a change? Do they continue on with the Jet Trainer, Breed Sova composition, or do we get to see a brand new Bleed coming into light? I'm expecting no changes, but I'd be happy for some. Maybe even some experimentation. Maybe Bleed can try that harbor out. Let me just snort some copium
Let's go.
and hope he
I'm
comes
W1
out.
Rena.
Yeah. Oh, there
I'm
we go.
happy.
The matchup. They're matching Bleed fire for fire, but Bleed, they've made the change. Darion on the chamber instead of the Jet Reina and Juicy on the Jet. So VLT, while they might have brought out that Reina to match up against Bleed's double duelist comp, Bleed themselves saying, nah, nah, nah. Narion popped the heck off on Chamber. We're going to keep him right where he feels comfortable and utilize these last few days of cancer. Beautifully so.
And in all honesty, Excali has shown true flexibility, able to man that operator even on the back of playing a Sova, right? So I still feel like VLT, the confidence now from MW1 will be on another level. MW1 was, at least in the context of Breeze, the only viable candidate for VLT who was stepping up, right, alongside Excali. MW1 was able to make those deep dives on the attack work. Sure, Deathmaker might not have been the one who finds success, but that's why we have the double duelist diving into the site, right? Even if one duelist doesn't find success, the other is that cling on to hope, cling on to the situation, and still being in position to make a meal off it. So with Deathmaker now having a chance to get back at Vengeance with him on his jet, with him maybe finding a comfortable position at the start of this game, we could expect VLT with results. We could expect this still to go to a map 3 CA. Again, it's a lot of copium that we're dealing with on the desk today, especially considering that this is the VLT matchup that we've been hyping from since day one, right? What about you? Do you think that considering the composition, considering everything that we've gotten to see so far, what are the chances for VLT?
I say like 2080. Not too
Damn.
great, but not too bad itself. Hey, it's not impossible. I say 2080 only because, like, even with the Jet Trainer, I could imagine VLT matching fire for fire, right? If Bleed were playing the Jet Trainer, and somehow with Hellfighters looks coming in, maybe they would find these nooks and crannies. And I think actually in that situation it would be a higher chance because it would be a very chaotic matchup overall and be a lot more reliant on individual duels comparatively. But they're playing the Jet Chamber, man. And with the Jet Chamber, it's going to be very hard to find chinks in the armor for Bleed. They're happy to be methodical. You saw even in their attack, they're happy to play contact, take it slow, and that's where I think things are gonna get harder for the VLT. But Bleed now starting off on the attack. It's that classic
Aggression be
seaside
aggression.
kit. If you've ever seen Bleed on Haven, it's something they love. You must definitely know. But unlike usual, Juicy right now on his lonesome, the smoke dash in, and he'll
What,
still make
Juicy?
it work. I told you this is Juicy's map.
The fact that they weren't able to instantly punish was a huge problem, and they have to pay the price for it. Juicy is trying to find the aggressive position, but Excali trying to dodge that drone. And mind you, a lot of members from Bleed are focusing in towards that defender position. So, which position is gonna net VLT success? Is it Excali? Is it MW1? Either having a lot to do, and now it's all left on one man. It's all left on the Wakley. Brilliant headshot. If there ever was a chance, if there ever was an agent to find a clutch, it could be this man, and he finds it!
What?
Disgusting!
What? Look at him! Wakley number one,
Sheesh.
baby. MW1 for the win. Pulls off a miraculous clutch, and that's why they give him the Reina. That's why they set him up for success, because he's able to find rounds where he just pulls off absolute miracles. He's able to turn a map
Reloaded.
around on the back of his single off and devouring his opponents for breakfast. MW1 just pops the heck off.
Oof. Oof. It almost
Oh,
feels
they
like a
lined up
Christmas carol, right? With that slow-mo.
Yeah.
Probably did
Oh, the force.
BLT quite the gift. Of course, Deathmaker on this Marshall now stands into a little bit of insecure ways. 30 HP, trying to fall back. 1 HP! Somebody help him, MW1 right around the corner. And he's still trades weapon. Dude, this guy is fearless.
Yeah, he's got steel wins. Still Bleed, they're gonna keep it going, try to look for the hit onto sight, and a 1-for-1 trade as Juicy is able to make his way in, creating a lot of space, but Darion now stuck with the flank coming in for Velocity. He's in a bit of trouble. As Scary, he's only able to find a single one on sight. Still has the spike though, and the option to rotate, but I don't think he's been given the comms that there's a two-man flank. He's still expecting someone from CT, and he's gonna get surprised by Amaterasu in this position. Now has to deal with the turret as well, and we're just such a low health bar. It's a piece of cake. Velocity, they pick up the round, and that will be a free third round as well, because Bleed, they'll have to eco.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, VLT also did manage to pick up both the rifles, the Guardian and the Bulldog. So they've not lost much in terms of investment. Sure, they didn't keep 3 players up, but hey, they deterred Bleed from having any chance to fight an early lead. That's exactly what VLT needed, right? This early lead, give a good start to both MW1 and Deathmaker. If possible, give Deathmaker the operator early on the defense, and you truly can see the colors of VLT shine. Again, they go back towards that C-long strategy. MW1 really feeling the confidence, ain't he? Holding that angle despite the stun. And it's about Ratsu on plateau who helps him find the confirmation. This is just a bloodbath. And VLT, they don't have any hesitation taking these fights here just due to the fact that they know that they had the huge weaponry advantage walking into this affair. Oof!
Oh,
Oof!
but Juicy chops them up.
Sheesh!
1v3 now.
In the trouble.
Trying to pull off the impossible, but the frenzy ensures that he's not able to really find his my 3-0 now. Velocity on an outstanding lead. They're off to a resounding start, and it's all on the back of that man on your screen. MW1 with a pop-in clutch, putting Bleed on the back foot. Now, we praised Bleed many a times for their ability to push back from that back foot and stabilize. So they'll have to do that once again in this buy round because Velocity, they haven't really got money for days. Look at their economy. Despite winning 3 rounds in a row, it's still on the verge of being broken just by a couple. Not able to afford the operator just yet though. But if they win this round, their bank will be built up, and you can see Velocity getting
love
damn
this.
aggressive. C-long push,
No
mid push,
respect.
they're trying to flank, bleed in. And it's all down to Darion to hold it down.
Yeah, at least that's Havis and Lambert right around the corner. It's all about the front lines on VLT holding as well. Excali! 30 HP. Manages to dodge death. But he's relying on VLT. Finding the opening here, finding the advantage. Lambert broken. Darion now aware of the presence right ahead of him. No possibility for him to TP back, however. Bites the dust. VLT securing the back lines, but with Bleed able to force that plan down, they now stand a chance to just play timing. And VLT, time is going to be of the essence. Utility denied. J-Hedge,
Oh, the
that
stun.
stun is going to stop this momentum in through long. And Juicy getting that frag changes the entire picture. Now the front line's looking vulnerable for VLT, and this retake looking hell hampered.
One enemy remaining.
And it's Juicy to shut them down. Finds that 3K and ooh! Hellfighter with a nice flick to find a dink, but with just a bulldog, he's not able to shut Crazy Guy down. He escapes with 20 HP, and on the back of Juicy's 3K, they pick up their buy round. But a lovely Frank from VLT inflicted some serious damage. Now, I wonder if they can get Deathmaker his hands on an op and continue this aggression
picture.
for MW1. They've got to make sure
Exactly.
Bleed cannot stabilize, man. They can make sure Bleed does not pick up consecutive rounds.
Deathmaker is going to invest into the Vandal. I thought, assuming the way this game has been going, maybe the Blades save up
They
for that
actually don't
operator.
pass
Hope
anything.
that your team relies on that round
Yeah.
victory.
Yeah. Especially with Bleed playing contact to a large extent, right? That op might have been useful, but instead he's focused in on this particular round, and I can't blame him because it's especially important to make sure Bleed don't get momentum on their side, that they're not able to pick up consecutive rounds now. The drone pushing off Deathmaker, he'll have to slow down, and
Sheesh.
Excalito holding it down, lines them up in Velocity just like that. They pull it back, but Darion still got a crucial position. Can he make it work?
Deathmaker seems to be heads up about his play, however. Darion, so far denied, but again, with this 2-man deficit, it really does put pressure on him to go above and beyond. To try delivering for his team.
You are divided.
Scary, ooh, alright. They really won this round here, Bleed. And they understand the significance of it as well. You can't allow VLT to just run away with this early segment of the first half. Big
Oh, that's
pick.
a huge one.
That was the flank. That was the C player. Now
I think it's all
forces the
just a
rotation
fake
from
though, OG.
Omaterasu. Exactly. It's to try and bait
The
out
re-
rotations, put it down in the mind of VLT. And look at that, Excali slowly walking away from the side as well. The biggest chance for Bleed to fight back in a round like this, they need to capitalize.
It's all down to MW1. He's got to hold it down, but he gets spotted out, isolated, and just like that, it's all falling apart. Not
He
a lot
knows
of left
position.
time though. And Deathmaker, he
10
could
seconds
capitalize. He needs to just buy time for his team, not allow the plant to go through, but Scary, able to dodge him out, take the plant to try and isolate Excali, and he does
Needs to punch
exactly
it
that.
in.
Now Deathmaker
Does
in
have
impossible
little time.
position, and Scary is able to barely get the plant.
Last
But
player
Amiterasu, no, wait, he doesn't get the plant.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. It failed by like what, some
Oh,
0.3
point
milliseconds?
zero something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Valiant effort, however, from Bleed. The game plan that was nice, especially with the way the early game fell flat on the back of Excali's aggressive off angle. They were just hoping on contact to pan out here, Bleed. I don't even blame them.
Down A.
It's part of their game style here at this point.
That's the second time though they've lined up Juicy and JH.
Yeah.
Or was it Darion JH in the first round? But the lineup working beautifully. First for MW1, now for Excali. And Bleed, they've got to play it smart. Once again, they've got the Rolling Thunder online, but the lockdown as well as the Hunter's Fury available for VLT should make it easy to deny a particular hit, but VLT still looking to keep up the pace. Their signature style
Bleed are waiting.
all about being proactive, and yeah, they're gonna play on the retake, but this is the old patch. You can't really play retake against the breach with aftershock, so lastly
Yeah.
they gotta play it smart.
The aggressive stance that they've taken towards the bottom of mid, they have solid information that it's not a hit towards B, and it's far likely to be a hit from C. Yet again, Bleed as oh no, Excali! Ooh, I assume that he wanted that opportunity to fight back, and the window was slightly open for him to do so
As
as
the
well.
ulti,
Yeah, and Deathmaker needs to make a quick meal out of this backline, but scary. Oh goodness, was scared about this man for a reason, and he proves us right exactly why.
oh my lord, it's the Killjoy ultimate all the way towards the back to deny the aftershock. Surprise, surprise, it doesn't cover all of sight, so we'd be like, okay, we're just going to play default instead. We can play short as well, and that's not really a Killjoy ultimate you want to retake with. From the back of Scary's tank hold, and that Killjoy ultimate just not working out. MW1, he just doesn't have a chance, and this is what I meant. I think I'd rather just set up the normal Killjoy ultimate, have force the breach into that position when he's gonna get aftershock, but do a fast retake instead of waiting for the Killjoy ultimate, because you know then the breach has got utility in his hands. He can't really counter flash as well, so maybe you can catch them out.
That lockdown, though, I still feel so sad about it, man. I mean, it is still a crucial piece of utility, but they need to be very smart in the way they use it. Because again, that breach and having a Sova against you, the amount of utility that Bleed have to destroy that key piece of utility is overwhelming. So on a round where they're able to deal with the initiators early on and then maneuver into that post plant, I feel like it would have been a better call. But again, it's about cycling your ultimates as well, right? And that's what we try to keep imploring teams to do. At least with VLT's really good start here in the first half, they still stand a chance of running away with the lead. Sure, they might need to eco in a round like this, but I want to look across the board for VLT and see if they are planning to bring out the operator show pretty soon. Because I feel like that's going to be mandatory, right? Especially when Bleed are trying to condition your team towards the A side or towards the C side. Having that operator to get early A long and C long control and to contest it heavily, to at least get that first frag and fall back, to then put the pressure on Bleed, is going to be also crucial if Bleed need to change their ways and, you know, if VLT need to find different results from their recent past.
Absolutely. 4-2 right now, though, for Bleed, and in this position, a technical pause will slow down things and allow Bleed definitely to stabilize, but more importantly, just allow VLT to discuss what went wrong that particular round. First things, it's just that Scary double down, so that can't happen again. You cannot allow Scary to pop off, but I'm going to assume that's a one round instance, at least in the case of VLT. But secondly, it's all about that Killjoy ultimate, man. I think the best way to punish the utility coming out to break that Killjoy ultimate in this patch, right, because you don't really have much of a choice, rather than do that further way, Killjoy ultimate, which only gets you half the sight, which is kind of pointless. You can just do a normal Killjoy ultimate, but do it in the sense where your team is already ready for the retake, and as soon as you pop the Killjoy ultimate, your team begins the retake. So you're going to catch out several players on the post plant with utility in their hands, and you can get favorable fights. So that's the only way I can imagine a Killjoy working out.
It's like so much of a stretch, right? Especially, you know,
But it's
considering
it
that
is a
it's the
stretch.
solo sentinel.
Yeah.
I feel like a flexibility in that Sentinel role could have truly made the difference for VLT on Haven. Again, like I said, the Cypher not really a very bad option on a map like this, although the Sova is pretty good against the
But
Cypher, especially on the attack.
the thing is, the last time they played the Cypher on Amaterasu, he individually struggled a lot. So I can imagine it's just not comfortable for him.
Okay, yeah. I mean, point to be noted, but again, VLT do have the flexibility in terms of
Here.
composition, right? Where Amaterasu has the ability to get into a smoke role himself, and Hellfighter that can then pick up the Sentinel. So that's one thing that I really loved about their lineup, but something that we're not gotten to see a whole lot of display of throughout the finale stage.
Here.
I'd honestly just have loved to see the Chamber on Amaterasu. He's always been a stellar player when he gets the opportunity to fight. And
Or on Deathmaker.
that's what VLT is playing like, right? They don't really need the stopping power. Well, Deathmaker can continue on the jet, so they don't really need the stopping power. They all just play aggro. But once again, Scary doubles down with his might. They don't even need his smokes because they've already made their way into sight, and now they know that there's a
Big pick
multi-man
off.
flank coming out. But Scally once again proficient with that Sheriff just as ever. Keeps VLT alive.
They're able to shut out Darion here. It could be massive,
Oh my.
but a big pick.
Force ready.
MW1 traced beyond what Vision could offer. Darion delivers. Damn.
Darion's
Somewhat of a
aim
heartbreak.
as clean. Yeah, Darion's aim as clean as my cut from an Italian barber shop. Just picture perfect.
Mamma mia.
And Bleed. They're able to stabilize. They're starting to pull it back. They're expecting this flank, and they leave Scary in this lurk every single time. In Velocity, they've got to start being a little more careful.
Teleport's ready.
Honestly, this is just Bleed being damn strong. Once they know what kind of opposition they're facing, as soon as they realize that it's all about Velocity making the active plays, and they don't get any contact towards it, they're like, okay, the flank's
Okay,
coming in
dude.
now.
Okay, dude. Yeesh.
Clean
That
as my
is-
cut. I'm not this.
That is quite the way to start a round for Bleed. And mind you, on a round where they not only have the Hunter's Fury, but also the Astral Wall, now the ability for VLT to fight back diminishes all the more. Not even able to hold on thread by thread as Darion is just ripping them to shreds.
Like
Absolute
peeling
demon.
away an orange right now, and unfortunately for VLT, the juice is just squirting in their face. It's all going wrong. Hellfighter, he gets caught out as well, and well, Amaterasu does find the trade. Now his position known in this 2v4. He's gonna have an impossible task. Amaterasu now needs to find a pick off, and Excali as well on this position on Scary needs to win this duel, but Scary is expecting him. He shuts them down, and Bleed, they've stabilized from 4-1 down. They pulled back 3 rounds, 4-4 now the score line, and all that momentum, that run of form on the back of MW1 and Excali popping off, it seems that it's all drained away. It's all gone.
I mean, the money,
Shot with the... Like, I know it's
money's
not...
again out of the bag, dude. It's like
It's not a money
tumbling-
flick or anything like that. It's just clean. Those are the shots I love the most, which is just clean, you know, like beautiful crosshair placement,
Yeah. I get where
understanding
you're
your
coming
opponent's
from.
movements.
It's a tap and a clap.
Yeah.
So far, Bleed
Spray
have
and
been
we go
having.
cray.
Oh. Got played around with the drone there. Ay. BLT. Individually, not able to hold their own in fights for the past, what, about 5 minutes at this point? It feels like.
Oh. Hellfighter though, he pulls one back, but
One
Lee just happy to aggress with Crazy Guy's flank coming in as well. They're looking for the crunch, and Hellfighter with just 11 HP and an impossible dream. That's Bleed with the lead now in this map. Their map of choice. They've rallied back. 5-4 strong with 3 rounds left in this attacking side. I think that's Velocity now with 1 buy round coming through. They lose this round. The lead guaranteed then for Bleed, and Bleed put themselves in a spot to comfortably close out the next half. And they got every ultimate in the back to make it work here, Bleed. the Rolling Thunder to execute onto his site, and the Hunter's
DM
Fury to
operate on
play
C
post
side.
plant,
Let's
but
go.
I think they're gonna actually
Finally gets a
either wanna
chance.
fake instead.
Let's play.
Oh no. Got tagged. Hunter Fury out in the battlefield. He's able to dodge it so far, but it's Hellfighter who eats one tag of it, in fact. Scully on the other
Solid
side,
pick.
trying to counter it. And hey, like you mentioned, it's not even in their plan. And they find the opening. The A side defense scrambles. And VLT is red alert all around.
Yeah, VLT made to dance. They've been played like a fiddle. First had to go rotate over to Zay on MW1's contact, but as soon as Juicy tells them, hey, there's no one on C side, they try to come back and Hellfighter, he finds a crucial one, but he's not able to double up, and Bleed, they hold on to their control, they hold on to the site, and will now secure an easy plant. The ultimate's taken away as well. Velocity, they have nothing to retake, and they face off with Rolling Thunder, and potentially even the Tour de Force, if necessary, on this post plant. Should be a piece of cake.
Yeah. Deathmaker on that operator. Does he decide to go for this? Does he decide to save? Either will be a decent call. And I think
I'd say.
they live to fight another day. Lead so far. They have been looking really, really strong.
Yeah, and-
After a brief period in the first half where VLT looked to be in control, it's been irrelevant ever since.
With the way this round went, right, I think Bleed might just run it back onto their C site, acknowledging that the hit was actually fairly easy for them. They didn't run into much trouble towards that C site. They have the Rolling Thunder now to make it happen. But most importantly, so the biggest worry that you'd have driving 5-man into C site is Excali's Hunter's Fury that might catch a multi-man beam out and just shut Bleed down. Now, with the Hunter's Fury baited out, Bleed, they should be just able to set up for a 5-man execute, which makes it so much harder for Deathmaker on that op to find something of value. And looks like that is going to be the call. Bleed, 5-man strong running into this C site.
Anticipate the drone. Deathmaker well set up. Finally, give this man a little support and he shall deliver flying colors. Eastern duo stand strong towards the C side and push back Bleed. Contest elsewhere. And Bleed have opted in to taking control of grass. And they still have the option of trying to put a little pressure towards A. They've shown the versatility in terms of how they can W their way in towards the site and how they can try playing for rotations, playing for timing, right? I think this is another position that Bleed are going to be put in to try and prove their excellence in that regard. Oh,
Rolling Thunder now
Setting
set
up.
up. They're looking for the hit onto this A site, and Hamid
I love
Tirsu with
VLT's
both of his
position.
nano swarms towards A shot. Yeah, they could not just dodge out the Rolling Thunder, but those nano swarms should severely
High time.
impact this hit and delay the nano swarms now. Delaying their
Brilliant.
velocity, they re-aggress, they take back A long, but the fall line has got them out in the flash
35
point,
HP.
ensuring that they're made to pay.
30 seconds
MW1 now left on his lonesome, the Queen on his Empress.
finds
To
it.
find the one. Reset and reposition as Excali is coming through on the backup, leaving Darion
It's a Darion.
now to pull off an impossible clutch. Deathmaker though shutting him down, and crucially so it's all Deathmaker to start this round off and end it off as well. That first pick was absolutely necessary.
And dude, the response from VLT was so crucial there. Their positioning paying its weight in gold as they're able to force the most fortunate fight at the most
Down.
reliable timing. As the Rolling Thunder comes, as the Nano Swarms are disposed, they have time, they have positioning. The fact that Darion darted his way in towards the site really shouldn't have even been a possibility. He really did make a varsity run. And hey, VLT, they still managed to keep that operator up. They still managed to have a chance at an even half. But considering the way the recent pass has been, felt like a possibility that might elude them. And oof, juicy, precise as ever. Finds the opening, finds the B side, and could find a little more of Amaterasu. Skimmed down at 23 HP, but he's just 1 point away from his lockdown. So if he finds a little bit of fortune, it's still a doable ask.
Still in sight.
Oh, but Bleed, they've re-aggressed. They refuse to play. Stuck on that B side. They know how easy it is to retake. But Amitarasu, he's got that point you talked about. The lockdown now coming into play. It's all down to MW1 though. Because Bleed, they're looking to fight. They aggress. They shut Amitarasu down. And now with the fault line, JH, he'll make MW1 pay. He lights him up. And that's a nail in the coffin for Velocity's hope in this half. They pick up the lead. They now get to go onto the defense where Darion will once again look to build up to that menacing, terrifying op.
Yeah. Across map 1 and map 2, VLT have been competitive to say the least in the first half. But it's in that attack, that oh so crucial attack. At this time they need to find a little fortune. Mind you, the map of Breeze, it was the defense where I felt like VLT struggled more than their attack, surprisingly. So, you know, considering
It makes sense.
Considering that now they're going to be on their attack, considering that MW1 has been in his comfort zone for a while now, she's got to hope that they're able to win the pistol,
Right there.
even out the odds, and then take that upward fight against a Goliath.
But the read, man, Bleed to expect this C hit. They set up a beautiful trap. Darion playing just on the edge of C long, playing that cubby, waiting for that hit in just so the fall line can come in as well and they can fight. But Darion, he gets knocked out in the fall line. Bleed not able to pounce till the gravity roll comes in and Scary, he pulls them to their death. Survives with 8 HP and now looking for his ace. It's all down to Amitarasu to pull off a clutch. But Juicy's ready in the flanks. From logs, he shuts him down. It's the read for Bleed. They expect Velocity to hit C-side.
Damn, that round looked so hard as a fan to swallow. Yet the fact that MW1 found that opening, they had the front foot as they try to enter that C side. Just purely off utility, they are able to dismember that C long attempt. And hey, I mean, considering the kind of lineup that this team has, the kind of threat that they can be in the post plant, having that Breach, Sova, and Astra trio, they are nightmares, especially if you get utility like ultimates involved.
One enemy remaining.
And Scary, he's a menace in the game and his agent now starting to back him up with the lines to really piss VLT off as Velocity. They're on the back end of these last few rounds. They will get the bye in the next, so they'll get the opportunity, the avenue to find their path to a comeback once again, but it's easier said than none because Bleed, they get to play a bonus and more importantly, set up Darion for an op in the next few rounds. But it's really those combos, man, that are really getting me. It's something that we see. I've seen Scary and JH work very well on maps like Ascent to pull off where JH plays the KO. But even on Haven here, the Breach Astra combo just working out beautifully where they combo the gravity well with the aftershock and they're able to find a lot of damage on the back of it. But Bleed on their bonus, looking to aggress. It's Juicy who's got his hands on knock.
Ooh, quick trades. Mind you, it's crucial that Scary stays alive here, as it gives Bleed the cover that they need to retake the C side. The maneuver from VLT seems really good. The best way that they could have dealt with the situation. And Deathmaker now needs to find a way to extend the fight and maybe force this to a 2 versus 2 so that he can compensate for not having much HP. In fact, he just has 1 HP to work with.
Oh, the stun though. JH is buying so much time. The
big stuff,
aftershock to push
big
them off of
stuff.
Cubby. And JH is able to make them pay, spams him out one in the smoke, and Excali he pulls one back. It's all down to JH and he makes it
Utility
count.
dump load. Love it, dude.
That's a big round. That's the bonus picked up for Bleed. Velocity, their buy falls apart. OG. And it's all on the back of JH, man. He plays that phenomenally.
What a crunch, dude. What an absolute scary team to play against. Not only did they look really, really good against Boom, against VLT, I feel like regardless of how the round goes, Bleed never find
Alarm bot.
themselves in a situation where they lose control. They've not had to
Yeah.
even force much of a sweat, dude. Like, I don't think Bleed has taken a single timeout, if I'm not mistaken.
Nope. Never have today, at least. They did against Boom yesterday,
out.
but Darion able to pick one and instantly rendezvous on back in velocity. They made to pay just an eco, but it's an eco that's delivering them closer and closer towards the end of this map and the end of this series even more so. That's Bleed. They're picking them apart. Crazy guy. He's got his hands on an Odin as well. And while it doesn't come into play this round, considering the fact that Velocity have only gone B and C in the last few rounds, I feel like they might just decide to change pace and head towards A. And that's where that Odin will come online and truly just rip them apart.
Yeah, and if I'm
Imagine
not
like
wrong, see it.
well with an Odin spray.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine that disgust, although that's something that I kind of want to reserve my stomach for. I think that'll be more prevalent in the Revenant Boom matchup.
I'm telling you, like, look.
Oh, okay.
No.
Here.
Okay. For the love of God, don't work. For the love of God, don't work. No.
I told you the pulling them in.
No.
Like-
NW1. Like this lah. Yeesh. A massacre. A brawl. A derby where Bleed
Spike down A.
are making their adversaries suffer the wrath of not only utility but lead. It finally feels like they put VLT to bed in this matchup. And hey, for all the VLT fans in the chat right now, for all the VLT fans on stream, mathematically it's still possible for them to make it to the finals, but that's on the back of them taking down Boom.
I feel so bad for MW1. The gravity well and the recon so perfectly timed together, and at that point he just has to pray with the spray coming in.
One enemy
Velocity now, they're facing off against match and series point, trying to force this ace slide down for
pop
MW1.
in.
Yeah, oh, that was that maker actually faces the end of a pop and swing, but Excali with the trade and a crucial one. Because now,
Big
they
Astro
have to
Divide.
hit the Cosmic Divide, and Hellfighter can set up on the lurk. VLT, they just got to slow this down.
Age-old problem. Again, not the new patch KG. Ladies and gentlemen, but the flash, brilliant. Alongside the 100 Fury, NW1 still able to make transition though into the wall and into an advantage for VLT. They managed to fight back. Oh no, the chain gun. Run away. Hellfighter, duck. That's just to make it back to safety.
Spike
That
planted.
operator is gonna make things complicated. However, with the shock darts,
Last player
it lands. And Juicy stands a chance of a clutch. He finds the first. NW1 not the punish.
Oh
no! Please, Esports, snag it away.
The slight BM along the way. Just a slight one, not too much.
Clutch.
Not too much. Just a touch, you know, for flavor.
And that also speaks to Velocity's fight in the series. Just a touch for flavor. As I believe they're able to romp their way in a devastating fashion to a 2-0 victory. Clinical victories, 13-5. I'm glad to see Velocity, they've at least got smiles on their faces because they still control their chances to qualify for the grand finals. They get one more
Exactly,
match
man.
against Boom tomorrow. If they win that, they qualified because Boom will then be
Boom
on
would
two
have taken
losses.
two
So
Ls then,
Velocity still in
technically, yeah.
control.
Considering the matchup that they now had to face, they did show somewhat, you know, that they had form, essentially, at least on map 1, more so than map 2. And hey, Boom, at least on paper, do look like much more of a doable opposition for them to face off against and expect a W. Because again, Bleed are heavy contenders to make it out of Ascension in 23. And again, they're putting it on prime display as to why.
And man, this display is terrifying to say the least. I've casted Bleed
Terrifying,
before in
yeah.
another off-season tournament, and I must say they've leveled up in a large regard. They look a lot cleaner. They look a lot better, and it sets the stage for 2023 because Bleed, they've got their sights on Ascension. And honestly, when I hear teams say that, you know, their goal is Ascension, and they're trying to make it happen. Normally, I'm just like, yeah, that's of course what you would say, right? Because everyone has to say that. Everyone is working towards Ascension. But when Bleed says we're working for Ascension, I'm like, yeah, I can see that happen. I think that is something I will expect.
Considering the performance so far, you'd be mad not to. Truly been looking like the team to beat in the Penta Pro Series. And hey, the amount of versatility that this team has,
Teleport's ready.
the amount of firepower that this team has, the ability for them to just shut down retakes and execute flawless holds despite being at disadvantages. It almost feels like there's no situation where they feel threatened, at least.
Down A.
So long.
Yep. And look,
Give me the
Bleed now in a comfortable position because they should be guaranteed the grand final slot. Props to be given to Velocity because they gave a hell of a fight in that first half. As soon as Bleed went on to the defense, it felt like the end was nigh. The contact trap in the first pistol, the combos with that breach Astra coming through, and then the aggression in the bonus. It was a tipping point.
One enemy
Get
remaining.
this round, to get this secured 10-5. You could see Velocity
Flawless.
a little desperate in the next few. They tried to force down the site, and that's where the Odin went brrr.
Ugh, it's
And-
disgusting.
Yeah. I mean, I called it, and I don't blame Velocity. They didn't even know there was an Odin, to be fair. But
Spike
yeah, as soon
planted.
as I see that
Silence.
star set up towards a long and that Odin towards
Last
A, it's
player
just like, yeah,
standing.
that's going to happen, man.
One enemy remaining.
It's inevitable, but Juicy doesn't even let VLT stay alive despite their beautiful players. The MW1 especially popping off in that last round, but just not able to find his way. Juicy with a huge clutch lead with the victory 13-5, and the MVP rightfully so goes to Scary because you remember those crucial rounds when Velocity were on the defense. Scary
And
was
flanking, yeah.
able to get repetitive 2K in consecutive rounds. Without those, I think VLT gets a lead in the first half. They feel a lot more confident. We could have a completely different map.
I mean, you can't only attribute that to Scary, right? I feel like Darion also has been quite the menace for
Yeah.
VLT to deal with. And a lot of the fights that he takes, it almost feels like, especially on Haven, it feels like criminal stuff, man. The round where he just wallbanged Deathmaker towards A long, especially considering the fact that it was one of the early buys that VLT invested into. And that's where their downfall truly started. So it's individuals like Darion, individuals like Juicy, coming alive at those early moments to deny VLT any free air in that first half. And as soon as that was done, Bleed were able to force out not only desperation plays but sly mistakes, in terms of rotation, in terms of trying to just buy time. Like for example in the round where, if I'm not mistaken, Juicy and I think it was Darion, was susceptible to early deaths towards that A side. They used that astral wall, they cut audio, they made VLT second guess themselves. So even on losing rounds, Bleed come in with results that force conditioning, which is brilliant, which is something that it's easy on paper to do, but very hard to execute, especially when the frags aren't really going your way.
Yeah, Velocity with a good fight, but Bleed. This is why they were our favorites, especially after yesterday, because I think Boom their most frightening opposition, at least in terms of map pool, right? They tried their very best, but Bleed, they shut them down, and now 2-0 in. Even if they lose against Revenant, it shouldn't matter because they've got the head-to-head against the likes of Velocity and Boom, who are their most likely contenders. So Bleed, they're like 99% guaranteed into the grand finals unless some crazy things go down. Maybe they won't make it, but I think at this point you might as well take it as a guarantee. Bleed, they make their way to the grand final stage.
Yeah, and now we are gonna be hoping that Boom pull off a good matchup against Revenant, which I feel like will be a somewhat closer derby, although undoubtedly Boom are gonna be the more favored team. So we have Boom, we have VLT, who still are in vicinity to contest for making it to the grand finals, alongside, of
I,
course, Bleed.
I just did the math in my head. It's not 99%. My bad. It's 100%. Bleed are definitely qualified. Because even if Revenant beat Boom and VLT beat Boom, then VLT lose out because Revenant lose out because they have the head-to-head against VLT and Bleed have the head-to-head against Revenant. So yeah, maybe in that situation it would be a three-way tie for first, but I can't imagine Boom going 0-3. So I think at this
Exactly
point
my
it's a
point, dude.
guarantee.
I feel like the matchup that we're gonna have at 7 p.m. is gonna be firmly in the court of Boom. Hence, at least in my
Yeah.
opinion, it has to be the Boom or VLT who end up making it to the finals, and that could only be decided when both of those teams do clash horns. As they seem to be top contenders logically.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's gonna be one heck of a statement thrown out of the wind by Bleed as our favored SEA representative looked steaming from day one, from minute one, and they've not eased off the throttle whatsoever. It did get a little close against Boom yesterday, but they still managed to close it out 2-0. The second map, they almost made it felt like VLT were invisible on the server, especially towards that second half. I don't think they even got a single round, or they got only one round or something along that line. So they truly did make it look significantly easier than it actually is. And hey, with the kind of dominance that these individuals show, it'll be fun to see if anybody can match up to them in that finals. Considering the map pool that this team has accumulated, the best of five at the end of the day, I think will end up favoring Bleed, considering their flexibility.
Yeah, 100%. And look, I think one more thing to reiterate about Bleed is their map pool, right? Because we've seen them be challenged on their Fracture, we've seen them be challenged on Breeze, and with different comp, no less. It does feel like even so, Bleed, they just have the better day, they have the better prep, and they have the better practice overall. So, because of that, I think to a large extent, Bleed have a massive advantage going into every single series because map pool, better map pool equals better veto equals you are in a much more comfortable standing to play on your comfort. And I think one thing is crucial, like what we saw today from Bleed was not try to target VLT, which makes a lot of sense
Exactly.
when you think of the fact that VLT have been up and down, where sometimes they win Icebox, sometimes they look poor on Icebox. So the only maps they've looked consistent in have been Ascent and Breeze. So likely Bleed prepared for that Breeze. Props to VLT for trying to throw that preparation away with the Yoru pick, but I just don't think there was enough time to prepare that Yoru wholeheartedly. Because trust me, I think that's the most difficult agent in our set right now to try and prep around. It's the agent that really requires a lot of server time.
Yeah, and you know what? In all honesty, with the kind of debut that Lee did have, they did mention that they're trying to play to their comforts as well here, right? They don't really want to target a team like VLT. And I feel like playing that game style instantly counters the Yoru. Because again, it's about Bleed playing to their comforts, right? Not to kind of anti-strat. So at the end of the day, even despite them having the Yoru, they weren't able to push Bleed out of the comfort zone, which I think we need to actually give a lot more comment for. It feels like regardless what curveball you have, what prep you have, what ace you have up your sleeve, the default game and the baseline for Bleed is just so very high. It's going to require not only Herculean effort from either Boom or Velocity, I think more so from Velocity than Boom, but it's also going to require not only you having a brilliant day, but maybe Bleed having a slight off day, which already seems a little hard to fathom.
It's a difficult one, that's for sure. And for Boom and Revenant now, we talked about this in our pre-match lobby earlier. You can see in terms of the standings, Bleed 2 points from 2 matches with 4 maps won. They're effectively secured in that top spot. Now we're going to head into the quote-unquote lower bracket part of the day where Boom and Revenant with 1 loss each on their side. They need this victory coming through in the next map. One of these teams is going to say bye-bye. They're going to bid adieu to their chances of making it to the grand finals, and to keep themselves alive, they've got to find the win today. And I think onus on Boom, like you said, to be able to pick up this win because they are expected to be the stronger team. And more importantly, I think they're the team that has a lot more data on how Revenant is likely to play. So I think that simple fact means that Boom has an advantage. But we've seen Revenant before just change themselves in a matter of a day, go back to the drawing board, prep, and come back looking stronger. So I think it is going to be a very, very close match. But let's see. Maybe Boom have done the same. So that prep doesn't matter, and it's the better team that takes the day.
Exactly. That's what was going through my mind, right? If you think of it in a logical sense, I think Boom really needs to pull out a bleed here and just play to their strengths, play to their comfort, especially when there is that underdog versus, the big dog matchup. It's very important that when you're the team with experience, when you're the team who has all the odds playing to your strengths, just go with the flow. Go in with that solid game plan that we did see bleed, especially on that first half of Breeze, right? They looked to bring in that conditioning right out the get go, fighting mid very strong for the first 3 rounds, then trying to take that aggressive fight through side, but Darion just able to buy so much space alongside his teammate, just breaking utility. It feels like there's nothing that you can really do to punish that chamber except for, again, we're gonna keep saying this, a KO. Due to this being that old patch, it's still going to be a very, very hard fight for some of these teams to take. And hey, they have the opportunity to exploit it, like we mentioned. But that variety that is also crucial is what's going to make that difference and that deficit. But hey, it's an amazing best of three matchup that we have lined up for you at 7 p.m. So we'll be back right after a short break.
Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow, 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 flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow. Get down, cause I'm here to flow.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Penta Pro Series. What a day it has been, OJ. We started off with Bleed versus Velocity in that pseudo upper bracket matchup, the winners facing off against each other, just to have Bleed just stomp their way to a 2-0 victory. Now we head on towards Boom versus Revenant, and for me, this matchup, it's all about redemption. Boom not off to the greatest starts yesterday. They tried to target Bleed and it just didn't work out. And similarly, so Revenant tried to target Velocity with the Icebox pick, but they were beaten instead. And for both of these teams, I think it's not just redemption in terms of wanting a win, but redemption to keep themselves alive in this main event, because without this win, they have no chance.
Exactly. It's all about making it to that elusive grand finals, right? Only then will you stand a chance of greatness. Only then will you stand a chance of being, a part of the massive prize pool that we have for this event, as well as it's only the winners and runners up who get any taste of that moolah, apart from VLT, who did win out their league stage. Sadly, they didn't win their match prior, so they do not have that direct slot booked to the finals, at least not with as much certainty that Bleed does. So it's very vital for either Boom or Revenant to really start their fight back into this finale stage. And hey, for either team, there is a lot at stake, right? For Revenant, they could be then the second candidate for South Asia to make it to that grand finals and almost having the chance to solidify an SEA versus SA rivalry in that grand finals of this finale stage. Or it could be Boom now lying in wait for waiting to their matchup against VLT to then decide, who's going to make it to finals. So yeah, a lot could be decided within the next 3 hours.
A lot can change in a matter of minutes, honestly, with the way these matches are set up. You're absolutely right. A lot can change in these next few hours, and I hope a lot have changed for both of these teams in the last day. Because this is what they're fighting for: $18,000 and $9,000 respectively for our top two spots. And basically, it's today for either of these teams. If they win, they keep themselves alive at least to get a shot at those $9,000, at least to get a shot in that grand final for the trophy of the Penta Pro Series.
Yeah, obviously. And hey, especially for Revenant, their hopes, at least with the Penta Pro Series, lied in the fact that they might make it to the top two, and they made it to the top two in the playoff stage. Now, if they secure a very strong result, it'll be something that they've been vying for the entirety of 22, right? The entirety of 2022 for Revenant has been improvement, improvement, improvement. And what a tone would it be to end the year off by taking out maybe a team from Southeast Asia? So, yeah, they could fulfill a lot of their, long term goals by one result tonight.
Yeah, exactly. And look at our schedule. We're basically halfway through our main event stage, at least the round robin stage of the main event. We're having finished 3 matches so far. Now going to head towards Boom versus Revenant. And this matchup, again, for both of these teams to try and maintain their position, because we head into tomorrow with Bleed versus Revenant and Boom versus Velocity. If Boom lose today, Velocity then just have to win that match to secure their spot. And similarly, so for Revenant, if they win today, then they'll just have to somehow beat out our most outstanding team so far to then look towards a spot in the grand finals. Well, I think the way we've been set up, tiebreaker is honestly quite unlikely unless things go absolutely ham. Like imagine if Boom lose
Exactly.
today, Revenant win, and then Boom win tomorrow, and Revenant lose tomorrow. So like it'll be like bleed 3-0 and everyone else 1-2, 1-2, 1-2.
Yeah, it'll certainly be a hard cookie for us to crack tomorrow. Then it'll be a very long day, and again, the tiebreaker is going to be a best of one, if I'm not mistaken. So it's going to be down to the wire. So with Bleed looking the way they are, I'm pretty confident in them continuing that dominance spree. At least for Bleed, I think this tournament is more of a statement and a testament as to what the next year is going to look like. So they're going to mean all business heading into this finale stage. So even if they do have their grand final slot secured, ladies and gentlemen, I think for them, the real pride would be doing it in dominance, right? Imagine not losing a single map throughout the entire event. That'll be a
Yeah.
result to speak about.
And honestly, even in that messed up scenario where Boom lose to Revenant and then beat VLT and then everyone is 1 win, 2 losses, it's really the maps and the round difference that is going to matter. So how you lose also matters as much as how you win. Making sure that your opposition isn't able to take a map away might help these teams if it comes down to that. So they've got to make sure they put on clean fights. And while as neutral
Yeah.
observers, we love to see it go the distance, for these teams, it's not that simple. It's not just about the victory. Well, of course, that's what matters at the end of the day. It's also about getting that victory in a clinical fashion.
True, and I think like with the stat that you brought up, right? Round differential is also going to be an important aspect if things do end up getting very dead even. So with the kind of game that Boom had yesterday against a team like Bleed, where they took it close across both maps, they'd stand a better chance hypothetically against a team like Velocity if things fall into a stalemate situation, right? So yeah, we're expecting nothing but dominance today from Boom. And in my honest opinion, I still feel like Boom significantly the better squad here, having more experience, having much more of a well-rounded roster, having much more of a scary looking roster than what Revenant have put together, which throughout the league stage, don't get me wrong, has shown its brilliance, has shown its immense ability and has shown the capability that it has to offer. But I still feel like there's more mileage that has to be there for Revenant, and I feel like this matchup is going to add very good to that mileage. I don't think, however, it's going to land onto a dub.
Yeah, I think Revenant fans might fear the same because you look at this roster of Blaze King, Famous, Berserk, Severin, and Hero. It's a roster that has been once again built for Ascension to pick up where Boom left off in 2022, making their way towards champions and to try and pick that up once again in trying to make their way towards Ascension. But Revenant Esports, many a times in this particular tournament, they've had their backs against the wall and they've had to bounce back, and they've done exactly that. One Tap God, especially, has been a player that has really shined in the absence of Paradox and proven that he not just deserves to be in the squad, but more importantly, deserves a chance even when Paradox comes into the picture. So I'm curious to see how the coaching staff deal with that paradox going into 2023, where you've got One Tap and Paradox, both insane players, and honestly, every single one of them. I wouldn't replace anyone. And when you've got six amazing players to choose from, that's a lovely headache to have.
I'm pretty sure they're not gonna wimp away from the circumstance. Okay, all pun aside. Now
Yeah.
let's get to the actual stake at hand, right? Revenant versus Boom. So the odds we've already put it out on the table. It's gonna be Revenant who are gonna be the firm underdog in this matchup. But what's gonna be also crucial is that veto, right? Again, this is a best of three round robin system, so it's gonna be very crucial for Revenant to play a strong hand at the veto. Where do you think they can play the strong hand at, though?
So I'm expecting Revenant and Boom to band out the same maps that they did yesterday because Boom targeted the Haven yesterday. It's not something I'm guessing they're feeling comfortable on, and Revenant are happy to pick up the Haven whenever they get a chance. So Boom will likely continue in that regard, where we see Revenant ban out Breeze, Boom ban out Haven, and the picks then are crucial because if you look towards the map pool, then I'm not sure if Revenant play Fracture. It's something that we haven't necessarily seen them play with One Tap God. Now, Paradox Fracture, that's a different story because he can pull off the neon. But can One Tap do the same? That's the question. But at the same time, Boom did struggle a decent bit with their without their breach comp on Fracture against Bleed. So I wonder if they're just going to be like, yeah, no, let's not risk Fracture. Let's play a more simpler map. So that's where I think Revenant can really make their stand. Where even if Fracture comes into play, they need to try and ensure that they play on that aggressive note and try to punish Boom. But it's easier said than done. And rather than wonder, let's have a look.
I'm actually thinking Icebox also another viable candidate. Something that
Oh,
Revenant have been showing really good format recently, taking down the likes of VLT in quite the unexpected fashion. In all honesty, I think one of them was even when VLT wasn't able to touch double digits. Fracture banned out by Revenant, and understandably so. Boom have come in with that curveball into this tournament with that Fracture. They tried it against Bleed. It took it to the limit, but really didn't break Bleed, all things said and done. And instantly, Icebox picked up by Revenant. No surprises there whatsoever. Their form on Icebox has been
ay, ay,
immaculate.
ay.
And they're going to require that immaculate form CA if they want to carry it forward. Again, Bind, another map where Revenant have been showing decent format relatively well recently. In fact, in the Best of Five Grand Finals, they took Bind off the hands of VLT. Still possible here for Revenant to pull off the upset, and I like the way that they've conducted themselves in the veto.
I mean, it's not a bad veto, that's for sure. It's just that Boom played the triple central composition on Icebox. And with the way Revenant like to play, right? The contact play style, the methodical approach, it's so damn difficult to play against that comp because we saw even against Bleed
Utility
yesterday on
dump, yeah.
Icebox. The
Cringe fest.
utility dump, sure, that's something Reverend can at least plan for. It's the annoying part is that they won't rotate. Boom, they will just sit in their positions because they've got so much information on the back of their two trapped agents in Killjoy and Chamber. They will just wait and hold. And it forces you to then start playing ultra aggro, trying to set up conditioning. And that's where I think Revenant might have a little bit of trouble because they only play the single duelist. Bleed were able to do it on the back that they play the double duelist comp, but Revenant are going to play Reyna Chamber rather than Reyna Jet. And it's a lot harder to do that when you're playing 4-1 splits. And we've seen on Icebox, Josh is really brilliant when he gets space to lurk, when he gets space to maneuver around. He's not exactly that entry
Yeah,
chamber, right? So with
exactly.
playing against that triple sentinel, that lurking is going to be so damn difficult.
And again, Josh has an individual who can deliver brilliance, but really needs to be set up for it. I feel like
Yeah.
he is one of those chambers, especially in Icebox, that requires a good start. And hey, it's imperative, especially when you have a really good operator player, like maybe a Deathmaker, like maybe a Josh S, that you're able to get your economy ball rolling. That not only you, but your team has flexibility and options, which comes with making decisive moves, like having a very thirsty opening to the first half where you go in for these frags, you're able to farm up things like your Blade Storm and your 34s, you're able to employ those on rounds where you're playing against, let's say, either insignificant buys or where you're on a vicinity where you're having momentum and you see yourself uh, having the team morale to win that round where everybody in your team is popping off. So it's something that I really hope that Revenant get, because realistically speaking, that's, I think, the bigger chance against Boom Esports, a team which looks far more experienced, are far more synergized at taking control of a situation. I think if you deny Boom the straightforward control of that situation, only then we have a fight on our hands.
Oh, 100%. And honestly, going into Bind as well, I remember the dance in the Lost Chance qualifier last year. It's one of Boom's best maps, man. Obviously, this is a new team, so we're going to expect different plays. But my memory for Severin, I remember the exact moment I realized this guy was an insane player was all the way back, I think, in Split 2 towards 2022, where Split was still in play. And he was playing Sky on the Split, and the way he would dodge flashes with mechanical skill, considering he's actually a relatively experienced older player, just blew my mind. And he would have the better reads every single time. So heading into Bind, even though Revenant have looked damn good, I think Boom will feel a lot more comfortable. So this video is an interesting one because I do agree with you in the sense that Revenant should feel comfortable with the first few maps we've got coming into the picture. But I could say the same about Boom. So both of these teams
Exactly.
potentially on very similar levels heading into this map, which is where the adaptations and of course the start they're able to get off the get-go. Who gets their players or the first operator? Does Famous get the first operator or does Josh S? Those are the small margins which may decide who wins.
And see, here's the thing as well, CA. I think that, especially with the way Boom played their hand in the veto, it's kind of reminiscent of how we had our first best of three of the day, with Bleed
Yeah.
really playing into their comfort rather than trying to anti-strat velocity. This could be the similar case as well. And again, we feel like this could be an upset that's doable from the side of Revenant due to the fact that, hey, the kind of honeymoon period that this team has had, especially with that Josh
Definitely.
S and Ching duo, it's carried them in a very dark period throughout that entirety of the league stage. Because you compare the candidates that we have, right? Velocity and Revenant. Revenant undoubtedly put in a much more difficult path. So they've had to work through the entirety of the bracket. And again, that could be a handicap in the form of your team might be a little more burnt out by the entire journey, but that also could add to the benefit that you have that momentum wave of performing at your peak at every match that you play, that you're not used to slacking off. So it could go either way, and it's all about how Revenant are able to deal and cope with the kind of odds that now stack up against them. Because again, once it's on the server, it's just about sticking to your guts, sticking to your game, and having the ability to play off your teammates. It's just simple Valorant at the end of the day.
Yeah, and there's a simple Valorant that Revenant have got to excel in. It's that basic raw fundamentals which they need to make sure are showed up because we did see quite a few mistakes as well yesterday against Velocity where you'd be surprised that Revenant were not able to punish the aggression that Velocity was able to bring to the table, right? Because it's one of the strongest points about Revenant overall, and I think that aggression is likely to continue. Maybe not in Icebox where they boom play triple sentinel, but definitely in Bind where they get to pick up Famous's revered raise. And let's see, maybe Boom make a couple of compositional changes of their own to match up against Revenant's Reina. Though, to be honest, I think, like you said, both of these teams are just going to look to stick to their own comfort and unlikely to see any compositional changes. No Yoru's coming through in this set.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
what?
wait.
Josh says Jet?
All right, let's go there.
Hey,
They're
I love this.
replicating the bleed way. They're going double duelist instead of the chamber. Very nice.
I mean, a good change from what we've seen in the past. And again, so I have this entire logic, right? The fact that Jet versus Chamber, especially the old pad Jet versus the old pad Chamber, I find a lot of players having the ability to play a little more aggressive with Jet due to the fact that you have more options as to when you dispose of your tailwind, right? With Chamber, I feel like the ability to hold an aggressive angle is good, but you can't get past that angle and feel the safety for as long. So it really kind of unleashes Josh S. If he wants to play this one more aggressive, if he wants to take different kind of duel, this really does facilitate a Revenant that might be looking to excel in individual play as well. And we've seen one tap God on his Rana on this map. Man's an absolute demon, doesn't let go of the W key. And on the other side, a contrasting different, no duelist on the side of Boom Esports. So a contrasting game plan, a contrasting composition, a contrasting everything at this point. It's gonna be colors on the server.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one because on one hand, with the jet change coming through, Revenant can look to the fact and take hope from the fact that Bleed, with this exact same composition, have broken Boom down, especially when Boom go on towards the attack. So Revenant, their focus won't be on this first half. I think for this first half, playing against that triple sentinel, they just try to scrape as many rounds as they can. But it's when Boom go on to the attack, they can really capitalize. But on the other hand, the argument could be made, if I'm playing devil's advocate, that Boom, they've learned their lesson playing against the likes of Bleed. They've learned what can really go wrong when playing against the double duelist comp, where Bleed would just suffocate them on the attack. They push in from every single angle. So I expect a Boom that is better at marking that aggression on in that second half. So we'll have to see which team has truly learned more. Can Revenant replicate the run of form that Bleed was able to bring to the table, or has Boom learned enough to shut Revenant down?
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that VLT are gonna be in watching at least this VOD at the minimum as well, because they have to prepare now against Boom, right? So if they have the ability to get a read on a map like Haven, on a map like Icebox, it's gonna be all the more crucial. Now Boom already having that in their back of their mind. Let's see if that also plays into the picture. Because again, both of us expecting Revenant to be the firm underdog in this matchup might just push Boom to hide a couple of strategies. Do you wait? You've coached teams at the top level. Do you think that's something that teams still practice?
Hide strats are not in this position. I mean, not in
Yeah.
general itself, but
Yeah.
if a team is feeling really confident, maybe in like the early stages of a tournament, but we're in the main event, man. If teams are hiding strats at this point, that's sus. That's sus as hell. Like, because you got to, it's basically do or die in every match in the main event because of the caliber of the opposition you're likely to face. But hey, Revenant, where are the claps? Did we miss them, or is it just no more motivational claps? I like that system.
I think it's gonna come up soon. I think that's gonna
Show
happen
us
right
the
as the pistol
claps.
counter begins.
Okay.
But yeah, Icebox. I still do have to give it to Revenant that if they played according to their strengths here, even this first half won't be as problematic for them. So I see this being a viable Revenant victory in my books, at least before we begin things off. Unofficial prediction, man.
I think honestly, I think it's down to Icebox, but I think Bloom have got this one in the bag because you learn the best from your best opponents, and
Yeah, gonna be the start that Boom are trying to play aggressive. And it's spotted out by Revenant. Still not retreating as famous. He's holding that angle. Tries to give another jab at it. Sadly has to disengage. Not able to do even a chink of damage. He's holding that close angle on the top of screens, and the utility alongside the crossfire help shred Josh S. Revenant walk into the blender,
Flawless.
and they're out of smoothie as Boom Esports start things off with a flawless pistol. Brilliant. Revenant Esports now they stand a chance with the pistols, and mind you, this is one team that's been looking really, really scary when it comes to pulling rounds out of nowhere with the sheriffs. Let's see if Josh S is able to wheel that sheriff into something brilliant. I think what might want to close the range with that frenzy, going up against Killjoy utility. sort of weird combination that I do not want to put myself into. Quick play though, and they've managed to make inroads in towards the side, but Jiro quick to deny towards the right side of 410. And so far, this defense is still holding together. They have another Nano Swamp to deny the plan. They have another turret right around the corner. So Revenant still have to work through a good bit of utility to try finding themselves in a vicinity to plant the spike. And Berserks pushes right in the nick of time, right on the back of Blaze King's cover as they deal with Revenant in a calm and composed fashion. Yet another flawless victory for Boom Esports. And the nerves as cool as Icebox at the moment. Everybody knows exactly what Revenant Esports might be up to, as he looks to be pretty vocal with what the call has to be in a round like this. And mind you, considering the last 2 rounds, Boom Esports can be selective and can't afford to play this full bonus. Revenant Esports quick to set the sights in towards the east side. And the hard push. Boom Esports want to take this fight to the side of Revenant. The close range Spectres don't usually fail you in situations like this. Although Famous still maybe tried to contest for a fight there. Now he TP's out. But they lost a shot. They make their way towards the beast side. And if they're able to cut the distance shot, they can do even more damage. But a brilliant headshot from range. As Famous is not able to find that aggression. Right now, they're able to force the plant. Assume that the spam might come through the smoke. Wimp survives. Been able to set up as well. Wimp, I think the only one in position to even be punished. Oh, he tries to make his way out. A little indecisive there, and it cost him his life. But I think that's all that Revenant are going to pay for in a round like this. It's only Severine with that Spectre. And Mantab got already anticipating this. But hey, with these 4 rifles, they're not going to be as interested to try and contest Severine, to try and contest for that weapon to be out of the hands of Boom. They're going to be happy with keeping 4 bandits up, and Cheng gets to add another point to his Hunter's Fury. Revenant, a swift reply to a stern start from Boom. Boom Esports, it was a full eco after all, so I mean full bonus in that sense. So they have the economy to fully invest now, and they have more than what they could desire, except for Severine maybe, who's having to make the compromise to have shields.
Yeah, and heading into the bye here, a crucial one for Revenant, because if they're able to win this round, OG, it's all about how many rounds they can scrape off in the defense, right? So you're able to push that Boom economy down, ensure the op delayed, and just like that, set yourselves up for a beautiful second half now.
This game really playing with danger there, but he's able to eliminate one tap god. He is, however, stuck in a very undoable position. Luckily, utility to aid him on his quest to hold yellow. And it's nothing but red and dead on the screens of Revenant. Backline's closing in on them as well. Famous. Big flank. Big result. And a huge dismantlement of the Revenant hype train. You'd assume after such clinical round at B that Revenant won't endure so many problems. Utility set up brilliantly alongside Blaze King's aggression.
I would apologize.
Revenant really trying to push their luck there. Especially considering that yellow was slow orbed. Boy, was that a problematic affair.
That works.
Famous. It's aggression spotted. Severine has the option to wall off the left side of 410 and does so. Essentially forces them into Famous, as he was set up with that rendezvous, but it looks like he already put it to use. Revenant Esports not given any room towards his ace side. starts setting sights towards the backline where Blaze King has already given away his presence. Although he realizes that danger might be around the corner at any second. So he takes the wise decision and the conservative decision to fall back. It still enables them to stack this A side here, Boom Esports. They're not threatened one bit. And in fact, it's Revenant, who's playing from within a box and who look to be completely boxed in. Without Josh just having that tailwind, making that first move is going to be hella complicated against the 3-man, now 4-man stack. As Berserks joins into the equation. Front lines too darn strong.
30 seconds left.
And yet again, Revenant Esports forced to make a tough decision. Do they save? They try committing? Do damage? Blackhawk only has full armor and a sheriff. Ability to do things in this round are diminished regardless.
10 seconds left.
Disastrous start for Revenant on Icebox. A map where they felt real good comfort and real strong victories. Gonna start off with a bitter taste. Boom Esports, it's all about applying that pressure, asserting that dominance. Again, this is the first day that we've had in the Penta Pro Series where our Southeast Asian representatives can take the fight to our top 2 from South Asia. We expected Boom to have a significantly upper hand in this matchup regardless. Revenant. Pressure? Certainly not on them. I'd love to take this initial aggression towards main, but what I'm going to be an even bigger fan of is this lurk coming in from one tap god. He's able to punish the aggression of Blaze King, who has been trying to punish the back lines. Could be big. He lands himself a chance now. With that Vandal, there is opportunities open at that B side. No, not like this. Famous, prime position to deny this transition. Famous! Oh, he's able to recompose himself. Josh has tried to be mobile, tried to be elusive. But of no avail. The punish, not in instantaneously, but Famous has found very good position. Just waiting for this wall to be lowered, and he spots Wimp. A brilliant shot from Wimp, and Wimp having that revive still makes this a doable ask. 3 versus 3. They have one gun on Ching, who's 2 away from the Hunter's Fury himself. Revenant Esports, a very viable chance at a fight back, but Wimp almost went down there and forced the fight from Ching. Ching now transitioning towards the left side of yellow, but that's not expected from 17 for some reason. The man deficit now. Boom Esports, time up against them. Ching, brilliant recon, brilliant punish. Revenant, on a round where they had no business winning, take the dub, and one tap god elated. Boom. You look composed, but
Boy, oh boy.
the only reason they feel this way is due to their success that they've had in this first half. They're not broken economically yet. The mental battle far from being lost, although a very nice W for Revenant to snag in the bag. And Josh S immediately finds the frag. Either of the sages, in fact, down. The advantage nullified. Hunter's Fury from Ching. Oh, he finds the connection. Brilliant. And he tags out Berserks as well.
Oh, but
Good
Famous
stuff for Revenant.
might just catch the Viper out. Oh, misses a crucial shot. Without Blackhawk, it would have been a very hard take on this site, especially with the Nano Swarm still available. Revenant now, the Blackhawk escaping. They've got their sights set, and having baited out the Nano Swarms, it should be an easy enough blunt. 3v4 on the retake with the Tode force no left, OG. Revenant, Boom right now, relying on this lockdown to try and pull it off. Revenant, they're able to get the plant, but they're gonna have to back off, and look at Famous. He's setting
Push.
up once again on the flank, trying to deny the post plant.
Oh, no!
But Josh with the push, he denies the lockdown. And just like that, Revenant should be able to pick up the round.
This Famous is absolutely massive on the flank. That's the only chance that Boom Esports stand. Whew! Quick flick!
All set up.
Shot that he wasn't able to land prior.
One enemy
At least he was
remaining.
able to connect on this time of asking. Although one tap got in the right corner at the right time, finds the trade. At least Blaze King was able to make this a little expensive. He might find a chance to get the deal against Ching as well.
Enemy remaining.
Oh no, they're all flushing through the defender spawn. At least one tap god finds the trade. And can't elude death, however. Revenant win the round, but at a monumental cost. As there should be a little bit of
Yeah.
compromise on the Revenant buy.
I mean, they still won't care, right? Because again, it's all about the scraping through rounds and attacking Boom when they're on the attack. And I think Revenant on their defense will feel especially strong. So 4-3 now on board while their economy is hurt and they're not going to build it up. Revenant still, yeah, they are able to afford a buy. It's just 4 light shields altogether. No shock darts on Ching as well. No snake bites on Blackhawk, so they can't really play the post plant, but that's not what they've been doing all along. It's been that aggression game, something we saw from Bleed yesterday, and Revenant able to replicate to a large degree in this map. Belong default though, this time set up in this round as the Viper split forced out early, but you can see with the way the spike has been, it's been all to bait out this utility towards B side, all to rotate back to A.
They find the information, however, with the Hunter's Fury and just a teeny bit of damage. Both Josh S and One Tap God, the man who play point at Revenant, severely injured. At least Wimp give a loving touch of heal to Josh S.
Oh, and they
Oh.
have the read.
Yeah, Revenant do not have any inroads towards this A side whatsoever. With this aggressive alarm bot, it's easy for Boom to play not only confident on the rotation, but pre-gamble, which they've done. They've gotten the other Sentinel in towards the side. This hold becomes hella harder.
Yeah, exactly. With the Sage coming in instead of the Sova, it's all about delay on this A side because they know they've got the Viper
Exactly.
split to hold down B. And for Boom, it might just work out. Severin,
Patient.
his position not spotted out. He picks up one and he's able to reposition. But Ching
Nice shot.
finds a trade. It's Famous to slow them down though. Looking for another Blackhawk with a crucial trade. And now he should be able to get the spike planted. But he's running out of time.
Shock dart.
The shock darts to deny. Shiro elects to fight instead. And with all of the members of Revenant so low, Boom, they've got to hold on. But
Positioning.
Josh's towards screens, he finds one. It's all down to Shiro. He's got his recon in 3 seconds. A drone available as well. Just needs to play with his teammate.
Woo! Wow! The double! Blaze King! A big play! And Boom able to secure what looked like almost an impossible retake at a point. Whew. Things did get sweaty. Things did get uncomfortable. Considering the position that was held by Josh S. It is, I assume the backup was done for Revenant.
He just makes it look so easy, man. Finds the one and flicks through for the double. One tap guard with a slight whiff there. And Revenant there once again forced onto an eco. Boom, back in a comfortable spot. But you can see Revenant, they have inflicted some damage at least. 2 bulldogs here for Boom. Won't matter as much because Revenant, they have to deal with the Sheriffs instead. Now, again, a setup change as we see Berserk shift over towards that A side. Boom looking to play aggressive with Famous to cut off rotations once again. And this time they get a crucial pick. Blackhawk taken away and it's just the rendezvous being set up now. So, Famous could easily go in for a double dip.
Ooh, yep. The double dip. Hungry for the Revenant flavor that he's gained and accustomed to. Look at this side, dude.
Boom
It's
are-
like littered with utility at this point. It's like walking into a darn minefield.
Exactly. It's exactly what that is because the alarm bot spotting them out and with the minefield have come in the defenders of Boom. The Wolves have arrived and they're trying to hold on to their side. Revenant trying to take it slow though. Wimp's position on top of 410 absolutely crucial. The spray
Dart.
spotting Shiro out, but Shiro's got an idea and the recon will force Wimp out. Gets spotted, gets revealed, and he's gonna have to back off, but Josh S with the crucial pick. They still have to deal
Almost
with
a pull
Famous
at.
instead.
Spike down A.
Josh S is done for here. Yep. No possibility he had an escape. lead
What would be a good scoreline for Revenant to achieve?
in their attack half. I'd still say that another 2 rounds
Yeah.
should be decent
I think
enough.
similarly, so for Boom, they need at least an 8-4, but maybe even more because you can see like simplistic their setups can be on defense and how hard it is for Revenant to break it apart. So they need that cushion going into the attack to build up towards a win because we've seen them really struggle before.
Yeah, and here's the thing though, CAS. Revenant, they don't have a chamber on them. They don't have a killjoy on them. The only
True.
sentinel they have is a sage. So they're essentially gonna rely on the wall either for the post plant or they're just gonna wall off Tube from the get-go, which forces the side of Revenant to play aggressive on defense. Now, is that gonna be something that favors Revenant? Well, considering their game style, considering their strengths, I'd say to some extent it still does. But with the way Boom have been on their attack lately, especially on yesterday's game against Bleed, right? The kind of Boom that we got to see was more methodical with their utility, with the kind of fights that they took, with the kind of timings that they took. So it could be a tough cookie for Revenant to crack. It's all about how they modulate their game that's going to make the world of difference. And again, with this composition that they've drafted into with that Jet Rena, I still feel like it's a very versatile combination to play both the attack and the defense. So it's all about getting that ball rolling for them, in my opinion.
100%. And look, even yesterday, we had a 6-6 half just for Bleed to run away with the matchup in the defense. It was the defense where they truly did thrive. But like you said, they were forced to play on the front foot, forced to play on that aggressive note, and that leaves very little margin for error for Revenant. They've got to land every single one of their shots, but this round was crucial. Joshua, he's been taken down now. Doesn't have the opportunity of being revived, but Revenant, they've got to take it slow.
You will not kill
Yop
my
still
ally.
very much nigh as famously looks for yet another shot
Ooh.
and spots out the head. One tap guard
And
facing
boom.
a taste of his own medicine.
Oh, and the drone alongside that recon gave them so much information as well. Feels like every time Revenant try at a side entry, they're firmly denied by the aggressive stance. And I think that it forces Revenant to try and play much more of a passive early round to then move on to this mid game with somewhat of an advantage, which they've been able to nullify. How will they be able to turn the tables now stands the bigger question as this double sentinel towards this. Actually, the sentinel utility alongside Blaze King towards this B side. Can still afford to hold the line solo, and it's all about the fake that's being sold at the moment.
One Blaze King just buying all the time he can.
One enemy remaining.
Doesn't work.
Does get one though, but and boom, immediately trade on the other side, leaving Wimp on his lonesome. That's 73 now. Again, Revenant's economy broken. OG, I think they might be able to afford a couple of bulldogs here and there, but that should be all. I don't think we're gonna see full buys with rifles and heavy shields. So boom with yet another free round, and there's a big difference in terms of the 6-6 half and a 9-3 half, for example. So if Boom get a 9-3, and assuming they get even same number of rounds as they did against Bleed, they got 3 rounds in their attack last time around. That's match point. These next 2 rounds crucial for Revenant. They need a thrifty here. Can Josh S be that protagonist, that hero to pull it off? Because he got the blades to do exactly that.
I feel like with their one-dimensional approaches towards side, it's so easy with this triple sentinel composition to dismantle, right? Especially on the back of the reliable information that Boom Esports are able to yield of their utility. There needs to be more of a presence towards mid, in my opinion. They need to try taking that straightforward fight, which is something that they've been firmly denied so far in this first half. Yet again, they have to go in amidst the utility, amidst a 3-man stack. And the only thing that gives them even a fighting chance is that Viper Spit.
And it's a crucial one though. They've got 2 Spectres and a Stinger in that close range battle, but Severine coming through on the flank. Marked out by Ching, and beautifully so, because now he gets to upgrade to a Vandal. Getting started on the retake, but it's Shiro and Berserks coming up huge. wrap up yellow, and just like that, we have the wrap on this Viper split coming through. But it's that Spectre now coming up huge. Just one tap guard, able to find one, and Blackhawk, he's able to play it safe, able to play towards the ends of Belong is famous. He shots one tap guard down. Now is the hero of yesterday, Blackhawk, to pull off the impossible, and he finds one and will spray out Black. Famous as well, Blackhawk with an absolutely necessary clutch to pull Revenant back. That was
Unbelievable,
huge.
man. Unbelievable. He knew exactly how he needs to play that situation. So passive, waiting for the last few seconds, knowing that his team requires the hero play and knowing that he could be the hero to step up. Again, one of the biggest problems of playing within the Viper's pit is the DK. The more time you spend inside, the more vulnerable you are to stray sprays, stray bullets, stray utility.
Scanning ahead.
Quick change of pace. Revenant look to force that fight towards mid like we have mentioned. And they still have a chance at that 7-5 half if this round does get under their bag. However, Boom Esports quick to back the aggression. The quick rotations committed from both the B and the A side. Just unbelievable pace in that call. Boom felt more than ready for that one.
She's denied. And Revenant, at least with that Thrifty, they're able to secure an 8-4, though Boom will be feeling a lot more comfortable. Now, as we head on towards the second half, Fuji, I'd like to once again highlight the simple fact where when you're playing on an aggro note, look, when you're playing passive, right, you can afford to make a whiff here and there. When you're jiggling, you can afford to miss your first shot maybe, because you'll get another chance at that fight. But when you're playing aggressive and you miss your first shot, suddenly they know exactly where you're aggressing from. They're able to fight back. So it's very thin margins that Revenant have to maintain. And to do that, they're going to be relying on Josh S and one tap guard now. Them playing solo as anchored towards the B site. As Boom look to set up their default, take control of Belong, marking that mid aggression though, and Josh S with a cracking shot. This is what we wanted. The duel is stepping up to that mark.
Built up as well by Wimp. Rushing towards B main. Are they gonna anticipate Wimp's position? One tap guard. No! He's not able to trade!
Oh, that's huge.
That's big! Round sways the other way now. Boom Esports. Man advantage, still have the wall in the back pocket. They know that Josh S is lurking in the midst of this B site.
Here.
All about the mid crunch, man. It's all about famous.
Playing it slow though. Josh S, he spots Shiro out. The spike's finally coming in. Boom about to make their way. The drone will ensure that there's no way Revenant can deny, especially with just no snake bites on Blackhawk. It's all down to Ching to make something happen. Sets up the shock darts to ensure that they're not playing those close angles. But Boom, happy to back right up and play the post plant, especially with Famous in that advanced mid spot. Waiting to cut off rotations, but more importantly, coming through on that late lurk. Now, the defuse tapped, that's when the lurk begins. As Revenant begin their retake, wrapping around yellow, but Boom just happy to play it slow. They give them yellow, they invite them into their crosshairs, and they shut them down. And honestly, that's a round that Revenant, they're going to want to remember, because that's a round they should have won after Josh's first blood.
Exactly. The re-engagement was so well done by Boom. Took their time with it. And one tap guard really not being able to trade there is what, put Revenant in a significantly back foot. From their own foot, it looked to be completely going the way of Boom.
Placing alarm bot.
Is this?
Revenant now forced onto an eco.
Yeah,
Bulldogs,
and I feel like
Spectre and,
for Revenant, with their investment of two sheriffs, it's very crucial for them to do damage here. They can't allow Boom to start getting comfortable with weaponry, with economy, and the only way Revenant claw this back is giving them a round like this, making it expensive, taking the buy. That's what truly breaks momentum on that attack side.
Most definitely, and I'm trying to do exactly that. Sneaking in from kitchen, but Boom, they're expecting that timing though, they turn away and Wimp not able to make it count. And the spray and pray as Now with kitchen opened up, they know there's no sentinel, so they can just go for the split in, but they wall out and it's all a fake. They're gonna back right up, pull the rotations of Revenant towards his B side just to waltz into it.
Yeah, you see them trying to read this here, Revenant. I mean, they're not sure what to make of it. Made the call, they made the gamble. Revenant, they at least have some presence towards A. Oh, one tap god. He was just enjoying the Spectrum music, man. He didn't have to do that famous.
Nice shot.
Josh, yes, he needs to sing the song of death.
Last player standing.
Never mind.
Instead, he's attracted to the sirens and he's jumped in the deep end. Blaze King with a 4K. And look, I know it's just an anti-eco, but the Viper getting that 4K is so crucial because for the likes of Boom Esports who don't have that duelist, right? It's the ultimates that allow them free entry into a particular site. If you get the lockdown, that's a round in itself. If you get the Viper split online, you can then play to set that Viper up for success. And I believe with that, Blaze King should be on 6 out of 7 alt orbs. So they can just look for an aggressive play on that bonus. Yeah, just one orb away. They can look for an aggressive play on the bonus, set up Blaze King for the plant or even an alt orb early in the round so he can play on that Viper spit. But aggressive isn't how Boom like to play their attack. Slow as ever, methodical, using that triple sentinel to bait out any aggression. But they've actually used the conditioning instead. 5-man walking in from mid to B and famous. He catches a crucial one out.
Ooh, Ching just juggling between the angles, jiggling between life and death. Boom Esports push him out via utility. And Revenant, not on a run like this.
And the buy, no less.
Exactly. One tap. Gotten a good start, but Boom have more than just accounted for him. He's anticipating the position,
One enemy remaining.
and yeah, only for a moment there.
And now Josh has spotted out Revenant's buy. It's falling apart. Can't even exactly go for the save unless he's able to beat out Berserks in this position. And it certainly won't happen as Boom, they pick up the bonus. They put themselves in a commanding spot, having now breaken Revenant's economy. That's likely free match point for Boom Esports. And you can see they're not even breaking a sweat.
Surprisingly, yeah. Revenant don't look all that earth shattered as well, man. I'm happy about it. They don't look all that sweaty. They don't look all that worked up. Sure, they don't look happy, but hey, there's a lot of contrasting emotions between happy and sad.
Sheriffs for Revenant have pulled off miracles in this tournament before, and we'll hope it can happen once again. The read is right. They're expecting the hit towards A.
So close.
But they're not able to stand up to the might of Boom. The Wolves have sharpened their claws and they're ready to play. Working as a pack, they move in together and they shut Revenant down, but the trades come in. It's a 3 for 3 on this site, and Boom, they should be able to recover the spike, but they still got to slow down.
Blaze King is playing a crucial position. He could be the deciding factor for Boom and their advance towards this A site. Oh, he hears the drone. He hears the drone. Tries to force the issue. Gives away audio cue as to where he is. Being accounted for at the moment. Ching. Thought he could have the drop on Blaze.
Remaining.
Blackhawk trying his very best there to fight back. Now leaves it on the one-tap god. Then quite the essence for Revenant Esports. Oh, almost made Berserk forget that angle how there, but is Severin just trying to mess with Berserks there? Looks like it.
Maybe. Yeah. Boom, definitely having a great time. 12-4 now. They're looking to close off Revenant's map of choice in a dominating fashion and putting themselves in a great spot heading into buy in one of their most favorite maps. So I think Boom definitely in the position to close this one out, and a comeback very unlikely. More importantly, wins like these help Boom really build up their ground difference and ensure that in case anything goes wrong, they're able to still pull it all back. But as long as Boom get the victory, they'll be 1-for-1 just like VLT, and their fate will be decided tomorrow in the series. Let's not count their chickens before they hatch, because Revenant are not the kind of team to give up. They're sure to fight and try to pull something back. But a forward default towards B-Long. There was a trap, but instead, Boom just lay down their own trap and they back right up. They don't fall prey to Revenant's intentions.
Yeah. And again, we've seen Revenant beaten and bruised in map 1 and bouncing back into series, right? So, like you said, CA, Revenant just need to find their groove, find their mojo. As it feels like Boom Esports have more than found theirs. Their defense looked pretty strong with Famous on that operator. Their attack,
Ah, he spots the beanie.
yeah, counter wall. They tried to attempt that plant, but again, the nanoswarm delayed just. Not the nanoswarm, the Viper Spit, in fact. So
Oh my god,
Wait,
well,
what?
One Tap God gets one. The turret of all things trades him out, and One Tap God, he's not
Really
going to be
low.
happy about that. But I think that turret gave Berserks the lockdown, so
10
it's
seconds
such a weird set of circumstances, consequences resulting in Boom able to now plant the spike and get away potentially with this round. They don't have enough utility so to play post plant, so they got to play it aggressive, Eurogen.
and look at this Boomer setting so close on 410. They're ready to pounce as soon as the ball goes down, and they do it in tandem. Brilliantly done. Boom Esports looking so very strong here on Icebox.
Yeah, Boom Esports
Yeah.
13-4, an outstanding win in this first map. Not just does it get them a great set of rounds in terms of round difference, +9. That's absolutely huge in that scorecard. But more importantly, it's a Revenant's map taken out of the equation, and now Boom get to go to their favorite situation in Bind. But again, Revenant going to be in a tough spot. But to think that round, it boiled down so close. So imagine if the turret doesn't get the kill. Like if Blaze King gets the kill, for example, and maybe I'm not sure if the turret kill was why they got the lockdown. But if the turret kill was why they got the lockdown, that's kind of insane.
I know, right? It's like just nature working against you that you can't get the win at this point. And hey, you're allowed to have bad games, right? That's why it is a best of 3, not a best of 1. So Revenant still having the opportunity to fight back and fight
down.
for an appearance in the grand finals.
Enemy
Esports
remaining.
making that seem like quite the unlikely case.
Enemy remaining.
I would apologize.
And I don't know, man. While it's definitely possible, Boom, they look like a completely different team today on the attack in the sense that they're always wary of aggression. They're always wary of those forward spots. They're happy to take their time with it. And I think they've just been better briefed today. They've gone back to the drawing board, understood what went wrong yesterday. And going into Bind, they have that extra bit of comfort knowing that it's not exactly a map that they've shown in the Penta Pro Series, and honestly, not a map that they've shown with this team so far. So, have the advantage in terms of understanding how Revenant are likely to play. And Famous especially had a great first half, a great map overall, and now heading towards Bind, we get to see his famed race come out where he's going to be that much more comfortable. I think it's going to be a tough ask for Revenant to pull it back.
A tough ask, but not undoable, right? Always known to expect the unexpected from these individuals, as they've consistently delivered it to us in the Penta Pro Series. If they're able to do it against Southeast Asian opposition, they
30
make
seconds left.
quite the statement.
Yeah, and I think the only silver lining for me going into Bind is the fact that we get to see Josh S go back to his chamber. We get to see all of Revenant really go back to a style that is a lot more comfortable for them in general with Blackhawk on the Astra, right? So, in a lot of that essence, Bind is a comfortable map for Revenant, but I think Boom are likely to play that double controller, again, methodical style of gameplay that really favors them to a large extent.
13-4, however, man. The one thing that I'm gonna say is, so far with all the big games that we've had in the Penta Pro Series, this is the only game where the scoreline kind of speaks to how the game was. It felt like Boom had control top down under, and a lot of those circumstances, it felt like Revenant didn't even have a chance, both on the attack and the defense. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say at this point because Revenant, they've not really given us much to work with.
Yeah, that's exactly it, right? Boom. It didn't feel like they were ever contested in this map. While Josh S had a pretty decent performance, Ching again consistent as ever, 10 to 14. It never felt like anyone in Revenant was popping off. We didn't get to see much of Blackhawk's hero plays the way it was yesterday. It just felt like Revenant were forced to fold, to submit and fall apart. The wolves hunting together in a pack, and Boom really living up to their motto, and in that way 5 out of 5 post plants too. That's not something you want to see when you're playing against that triple sentinel composition. You want to be able to
Exactly.
deny them those post plants. So Revenant just not able to make it happen, and this is what I meant by those thin margins. When you're
Yeah.
playing that double duelist comp, Bleed were able to make it work because every single time they pushed, Terion would pop off or Crazy Guy would find some crucial frags. Just nobody in Revenant was able to step up to that mark.
Yeah, and the reason why Boom Esports has significantly more first bloods is because of this man on the screen right here. Absolutely tore Revenant apart with that operator in that first half. He felt almost unstoppable at a point, CA. And hey, with you mentioning the fact that his raise is somewhat of a delicacy, yeah, Bind is gonna be an extravaganza that's just waiting to be unfolded.
And I'm just hoping that irrespective of win or loss for either teams, we get a close matchup because that's something we haven't necessarily gotten today. Where yeah, definitely. Velocity gave a fight to Bleed. It never looked like that matchup was out of Bleed's hands. And similarly, in Icebox here, while Revenant in certain rounds like that Thrifty, for example, the Blackhawk clutch round, it did look like they could pull it off. Or even Josh S on the first pistol finding some cracking shots. There were glimmers of hope for Revenant, but it never looked like Boom were ever worried. It never looked like, oh my god, the map might slip out of Boom's hands. No, they were always in control.
Yeah, exactly, man. You know what? It's going to be a very important time for Revenant. We talked about their ability to bounce back, and that's going to be oh so crucial. With them having a couple of minutes to breathe, to recompose themselves, and to learn from their mistakes. And let's have a quick word with one of our in house professionals before we get back into the game. And welcome back to your more awaited interview segment. This time, joining me is J Hatch from Bleed. How are you feeling, J Hatch?
Hello, I'm feeling great after the win today.
Well, let's get right at it, right? The 2-0 right off the bat. Not something that at least we at the caster desk expected. Was that the expectation coming into that matchup for Bleed?
We knew it was gonna be a very close game since Boom are really strong contenders. I do believe we really wanted this 2-0 win, and we expected it to happen.
Well, that's pretty good that you expected it that way. Did you expect that fracture curveball, however? Because your stats in the past indicated that you didn't really have the best fracture, but you were more than ready for the curveball that Boom throw your way.
Yeah, we were well prepared for their fracture.
All right. That's something that after the game we were completely having our minds blown on. So this is your debut in the Penta Pro Series, right? Have you had a chance to catch any of our previous broadcasts?
Not really.
So what's your thought on the South Asian Valorant scene?
I think the South Asian Valorant scene is looking really, really strong. Especially since VLT and Revenant Esports game today. I saw how the two teams fought it out, and I saw their teamwork, and it was pretty like really good, to be fair. And I can't wait to play against them later on in the tournament.
Well, I mean, you are going to have your chance to face off against one South Asian representative tomorrow. So how do you feel like your odds are going to stack up against VLT?
Of course, we do feel confident, but we're not gonna let that stop us from being complacent, and we're gonna just play our game and we're gonna secure the 2-0.
0. That sounds like a pretty strong expectation, but again, it's worth its weight in gold, right? Considering your fight against Boom today, I think you guys are gonna be content with nothing but the trophy in the Penta Pro Series. So I'm gonna skip that question, and I'm gonna ask you this: what's your expectation after the Penta Pro Series? What are you expecting in 2023?
We expect to win Ascension and nothing less.
Okay. I mean, you sound like a team that's got their goals pretty straight and well put together. And hey, I mean, best of luck to you guys. You guys look like pretty strong contenders. And again, me and Say were joking that Bleed versus Boom hypothetically would be our ideal grand finals in Ascension as well. And it's good that you came out with such a strong result. Any quick shout outs before we're done with this interview?
Shout out to my girlfriend.
Well, we talk about the GE buff in South Asia, but you have the GF buff when it comes to SEA. And again, it's working brilliantly. So hopefully it works throughout the rest of the Penta Pro Series as well. And good luck with the round robin system.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure JH is getting some nice gifts, if you know what I mean, later on today. Not real cops, guys. Don't worry about it. Yeah, like I think, like he said, Bleed have been a team that are really focused and working towards ascension, looking exactly the same. And Boom trying to live up to that mark now. 13-4, they picked up the first map, the map choice of Revenant, and now they head into Bind. And things are looking dire for sure for our South Asian team here in Revenant, because boom, man, they've really made a mark with Icebox, and they've really established that they're the kind of team where they might fall once, but they're able to immediately pick themselves, learn from what they when they fell, and then apply that immediately. So, and we saw that in Icebox. So heading into Bind, I'm sure they've looked through the Revenant style of play. They know that that breach fade likely to come out. So I'm sure they're expecting it, and they will be able to play around it, especially if they continue with their double controller comp.
Exactly, man. And again, for a team like Boom Esports, I also feel like it's important to play according to their strengths, right? That is something that was clearly displayed on Icebox. So if it keeps going down that route, I'm surely assuming that it's almost a done deal here. Considering that
Okay.
Icebox has been one of the strongest map for a team like Revenant, who have used that as a very strong power card throughout that league stage. If that fails them this hard, then hey, I have to at some point ground myself with reality, right?
Yeah, and this is why, like, at least for me, I was expecting Bleed and Boom to be our top two favorites heading in. There was the possibility of VLT standing up to them, and I will say they did give a strong fight today, but it's just not, doesn't seem like it will be enough heading into tomorrow's matchup. But tomorrow is another day. It's another match to talk about. Our focus right now on Revenant versus Boom and the impossible possible comeback. I say impossible possible because it's never impossible in terms of stats, but it's like at this point it might as well be.
The impossible optimist, I'd say, man. That's what you are. You at least drew a silver lining, all things said and done, to what's been a very grey day for Revenant so far. Boom. The kind of dominance that they show was eerily resemblant of what Bleed did show in the series that preceded this. And hey, like you said, VLT at least gave them a run for the money, right? So what I'm truly going to be interested in is if VLT, like you said, have the one good day and they might be able to take the fight to Boom. And if Revenant are able to find themselves a little more room to work with at Bind, they might be able to force a couple of flaws, which is going to be interesting to see. Because if you go back to that game on Icebox, right, we didn't really get to see much flaws. Uh, per se on the
Yeah.
side of Boom Esports. So if they're able to show that Boom themselves have a couple of chinks in their armor, they might be doing VLT a small favor in that sense as well.
I mean, definitely, right? Especially since Bind is one of the maps that we've seen very different versions of VLT on. We've seen the VLT popping off with Excali with 30 plus frags, and we've seen the VLT struggle to beat Revenant where Excali is having a bad day. So, any information VLT could use against Boom tomorrow would be useful. But I'm sure for Revenant right now, they're focused completely on finding this comeback. So, heading into Bind Revenant, they're going to once again look to one of their key players in Josh S, because Every single bind that Revenant have won has been back on the back of Josh's having a phenomenal map. And for Revenant, he needs to once again step up to that mark. But not just him, I want to say Blackhawk as well do exactly that, because he didn't have the greatest of maps in Icebox, and now he gets to shift onto his favorite Astra. Should be able to get himself comfortable.
Yeah, Josh has a very key name that you mentioned because he was the only one throughout the Penta Pro Series who was able to give Deathmaker a run for his money when it came to that chamber on chamber duel. So with him being one of the decisive pieces on Revenant to hand them a victory on Bind, it's gonna require such a Herculean effort and maybe even a little more. Heck, a lot more, at least considering the circumstance. Again, like you mentioned, this is the pick of Boom Esports. So Boom Esports have somewhat of an idea as to how they want to approach this matchup. Do you think that Revenant are going to touch double digits here?
Wow, you went from comeback to double digits there.
Yeah.
Um,
I mean, their
I want to say
feelings, so they
yes.
come and go.
I just want to say yes, just because as a neutral observer, it's not about Revenant or Boom at this point. I just want a close map. I want to get hyped up about the clutches and the thrifties and everything that these teams can pull off. The insane rounds where a single player is just able to pop off, or even the purely macro outplay where a team has a lovely read. That's what I want to see. I don't want to see Boom not breaking a sweat, not getting challenged, just waltzing their way
Exactly.
in. But I must say, unfortunately, my gut does not go with what my heart wants.
Yeah. I mean, if I wanted to see, bullying happen, I'd go back to school. But hey, we're looking for the fight, right? We're looking for a good and clean matchup. And it's on Revenant now to deliver as they hold a part, although a small part, but still a part of the South Asian dream, right? We're still in it for that SA versus SEA finals, and it's still a hypothetical possibility. Revenant, it's on
Yeah,
them to make sure that they're in that conversation by the end of the day.
yep. Now, Severin and Shiro, I'm curious what they will play, because last time we saw Boom, of course, the three core players in famous Blaze King and Berserks, they're the very same, but Tebatol and Flipsider not remaining in the equation here. So for Boom, I'm curious to see if they even continue in the same composition, because last time around it would be the double controller, double initiator, the Fate Sky, Astra Viper raise. And I think, well, of course, Famous is definitely going to pick up that raise. We might see a switch in Berserk's uh, choice where Severin might instead pick up that Sky. It's something I've seen him excel in before as well. And I'm curious to see what kind of agents we get to see Berserks on. And if we even get to see that Sentinel, they're going to just continue with the exact same comp.
Yeah, I think for Revenant, it's more crucial, right? They've shown that they really like to go towards that raised chamber composition. And mm, do you see the chamber not being drafted in here? I feel like Boom Esports are one of those teams who are comfortable when they are playing Sentinel. So I'm expecting a chamber from their end. Aren't it's in their best interest to get a chamber. So I feel like at least in the Sentinel market, we're kind of locked, right? The dealers market is more or less locked. Do you see a chance of a double controller by any chance?
Yeah, I think double controller is definite. I think we're going to see a raise Astra Viper or a raise Brimstone Viper from Boom for sure. The question is, do they replace the Fade and Sky for an initiator, or do they just continue on? Because they played without the Sentinel on Bind before. I think they can continue to do it again. But hey, I don't think we're too far from the lobby, so we'll find out soon enough.
True, man. Is there any player that you're gonna have your eye out for? At least for me, I am gonna have my eye out for Josh S. Like I said, operator bias, chamber bias, call whatever you want, but he's been a very impactful player for Revenant so far. And at least for the side of Boom, it would be injustice not to mention all five players, right? But I feel like we didn't get to see a whole lot, from I don't think we saw a lot from Shiro the previous game, right? Because you saw Berserks coming in with big plays. Blaze King came in with big plays, famous. So you don't even need to mention him. So Severine mentioned a couple of times, but again, no big plays themselves. So yeah, I think Shiro has been lacking a highlight play for a little time.
I mean, yeah, it's that, right? It's not like he don't play well, he just get any highlight clips for himself.
Exactly.
And to be fair, I think he didn't need to, right? Because it's even as players, it's when your team is really struggling that you need to step up. It's when your team is really needing that oomph, that X factor that you're able to pull out your very best. But when your team is in cruise control, you're just chilling. I'm sure maybe even grab a drink on the side and just have fun at it and try to pull off a sound scoreline. Now, that's what is important. Now, while Boom may be the clear favorites, assuming Revenant are not able to pull it off and make a comeback, even if Revenant make it close, that will be a key factor going into tomorrow. So I think that's where really Revenant, they've got to just play their hearts out. And I know they're a team capable of resetting themselves, but it's always been on the back of one player really feeling it on that day. Like Blackhawk yesterday, he was popping off, so he could be
Yeah,
that shout for his team, like, "Hey guys, we got this. Let's go." Today, it felt like every single one of Revenant they just dozed off. And while Josh is
exactly.
again on the jet, he had some moments. It just never felt like they could get on a consistent ground.
And it's that consistent ground that actually makes Boom sweat, right? If you're not beating them on a
Yeah.
consistent basis, there's no reason for Boom to change something that don't broke. So again, it goes back to a lot of the old school fundamentals that Boom are able to apply. They're not breaking away from their defense, especially when it's those off rounds, especially like for example in Icebox with the Sheriffs. Revenant were able to pull out one round early, and hey, it's rounds like those that slip through. But if you only give your opposition like 4 rounds to work with, there's very little that he can make a defense for when it comes to trying to be a Revenant fan in that kind of a situation. So it's about
I
maintaining that kind of composure, right?
uh-huh. I will take the pressure off of Revenant for a second though and bring the discussion back towards one crucial fact is that we still haven't seen a freaking harbor. So hey Revenant, how's this for a change? Maybe throw that curveball, bring that harbor into mind, and maybe that's the case to work out. Because look, Boom as well are gonna pay the double controller comp, so maybe Revenant can do the same double controller, Astra Harbor. You know what I'm talking about.
For a harbor, fine. Dude,
It works very well.
any
It's a
see,
Astra
that's the thing,
Harbor
right?
Chamber Race Fade. Yeah, Astra Harbor Chamber Race Fade.
I mean, see, again, that's the thing. Like, a double controller on this map, hypothetically, is so hard to play against, but we've seen it fail spectacularly on a lot of the occasions that it's
Yeah.
been on debut, that my mind is so split and indecisive about it. And again, I still find a lot of value with the double initiators if you're looking to shut down the individuals on Boom Esports, right? Something like maybe a Fade Sky, where you're able to facilitate aggression through shars, through B long. You're able to set up your duelist or your pseudo duelist to take that fight. It's so much more pressure added to players who are feeling so much more confident.
Yeah. And look, I know the Harbor is not coming out. Probably not in this entire tournament, to be fair. Though maybe if Revenant lose today, and tomorrow their match doesn't really matter as much, and then they pull the Harbor out just to experiment. Nah,
Okay.
it's unlikely, guys. It's unlikely. But what can happen still is a Revenant comeback. What can happen still is Boom just stomp their way. Because for Boom, it's not just about this match, it's about setting themselves up after a devastating loss yesterday. But hey, we won't have to wonder for much longer. Let's head straight into the lobby and see if any of these teams have curveballs for us. For Boom, particularly, because we haven't seen them pick up that map of bind in this offseason so far. So we don't necessarily know what they're going to play. But Famous on the race guaranteed. This is why I was saying Severin on the sky as well. And yeah, is that double initiator likely to come out? Shiro most likely will pick up. Oh, he's going to pick up the Brim instead. So I guess Berserk's on the chamber. All right, they do change it up. They're not going to play double initiator. It's just double controller with the chamber in the sky.
Yeah, so it's double controller versus double initiator essentially. with Ching going back on his signature fade alongside Wimp on his brilliant support of Breach. So yeah, I'm liking this, man. Revenant playing to their strengths, playing a draft which we have seen them pull off a couple of times, and Boom Esports not budging. The double controller thing is nightmare to play against, especially when you see Boom on the defense, dude. It's gonna be absolute cringe to try finding an entry because it's so easy to deny LOS, deny trades, deny positioning. Because at the end of the day, when it's a Viper Brim, the kind of utility that you get alongside it also is crucial, right? With the Brim, you have the ability to push fast with the stim beacon, and you have the ability to play somewhat of a post plant and deny angles and with the Molotov. With the Vipers, Molly, with the Viper's smoke, with the Viper's cover, it allows you to put so much more pressure on the one side that you do decide to dump your utility at. The ability, especially comboed with the ultimates, the Brim Orbital Strike helps you gain control. If you're able to get the plant, the Viper's pit enables you to play with that control. It's again such a nice ballet in philosophy that I hope that the same kind of romance is seen on the server.
Yo, Blaze King is that a lollipop? Want a lollipop? No, is that okay? That's just a toothpick.
Is that a
Never mind.
toothpick?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like you know what I like to do that as well. But I don't know why, especially when I drive. It's like always a toothpick in my mouth. I hope I don't choke one day. That's all.
Break and whoop, toothpick goes straight. Oh, that sounds
Please
kind of
don't.
horrific.
Yeah, exactly. Throat felt dry listening to that shit. 1 minute, I guess.
Yeah. And I'm curious to see how Boom are able to perform now, considering that they are going to start on the attacking side. It's going to be Boom here, looking to hold on to Josh's might. One tap god already off to a great start as Joshus finds yet another. Reverend, they get aggressive and they've made Boom pay. The pistol so far working out beautifully is famous. He does find Black Hawk, the Boombot helping him out, and Boom trying to make their way in. They should be able to get the plant, so at least that's some money recovered. But Shiro, no, he doesn't go for the plant. He's instead looking for a play, looking to wrap around, and Shane coming through on the flank will ensure that Famous has nowhere to go now. The plant also likely denied Shiro. He's able to recover a ghost, should be able to take the TP as well. But one tap god should make his way back. And love this from Vimp here, ensuring that he can't double back towards his A site. Vimp is holding on to Lamps. Should hear this player running in, and he's not expecting them. But oh, if not for the bullets, Shiro certainly had a chance. Joshua with just 22 HP. If he'd taken them out, maybe he could have pulled the round out. It's 1-0 now for Revenant. Off to a great start, taking matters into their own hands and showing us that the loss certainly hasn't derailed their hopes to win out this series overall. Instead, focusing on how they want to play and playing their very game. Now, 1-0 in the lead. Revenant on the anti-eco will build up to Josh S on that operator. As you can see, he's not going to buy at all. So, 3 Spectres on the rest of his team and a Bulldog panning out. And again, Revenant playing slightly aggressive, looking for the fights. Boom. Heading towards a trap to slow them down, and Joshua's waiting for an opportunity to make it happen. Waits out the peak from Shiro and pops his head off.
Free Sheriff to upgrade to as well. Black Hawk, decent positioning, decent result.
Spike down A.
Finding themselves 2 at Boom Esports. Still have a small opportunity. Do a little more damage. Really brilliant shot from Berserks there. Although well traded. Losing 2 members, so Revenant are going to feel all that bad about it. They're able to recover the Spectres as well, which allows Revenant to now play the bonus.
I wonder if Revenant noticed the fact that the wall Boom is using is the slightly outer wall. It's the older wall that used to be used on Bind before Chamber came into the picture. And the reason it's key is because, as you can see, right, the trap for Josh S is outside the wall, so you can't really lurk using this wall. So either Boom are gonna have to realize that and change up their wall once again to make it slightly more inner so that the trap is blocked automatically. Or Revenant can use that again and again to just make sure that that wall just not a problem. But Revenant on their bonus,
the
we've
spot.
seen this play be extremely successful before, but Boom expecting it.
Yeah, they've left the spike there, however. So, yeah. Not something that you can easily explain at the office, I guess.
This round now gonna
Okay.
ball through
This is the
on Boom
funniest round I've
trying
seen.
to attack market. Yeah, like the map doesn't matter. The entire fight will go down in this tiny corridor.
Teleport's ready.
It's a fish market basically as the team's waiting to make it happen. Now the Trailblazer to clear one up. Renan, they've got a ton of utility to make a play, but unfortunately for them, the peak comes through from Berserk's on that chamber. He's able to rendezvous his way out.
Done here.
It's like they almost baited the entirety of Revenant in there, right? It feels so cheeky and dirty.
Remaining.
But I won't even, I won't even doubt that it could be by design purely. Now Joshua needs to save that operator.
30
There's no way in
seconds
hell that he even thinks of contesting a round like this.
I have the spike.
I think at this point you don't really try and hunt if you're Boom. Even if they know that Revenant have that operator, it's going to be crucial for Boom to carry forward this economy that they can make on the back of such a clinical round.
Yeah, and Revenant aren't the sort of team to try and go for that hunt, right? Sorry, Boom aren't the sort of team to try and go for that hunt. They're a very methodical team in that regard. Always play to make sure that they can pull round by round off, and that discipline you can see even in terms of that hunt. They refuse to go for it. And Josh S, while he will get to save his op, that's the bonus now denied, and Berserk's just 1 point away from his tour de force, so as well as Shiro just 1 point away from that orbital strike. It means Boom, they have a clear plan in the next few rounds. I wouldn't be surprised if we see an aggressive hit from Broom right in this next round to not just change up the tempo, change up the pace, but also play on the back of that orbital strike.
It felt like one of those classic rounds where Omen has ult and you're like, hey, Jet, just rush along with the spike. But an Uno reverse on that situation without an Omen.
Here.
So, yeah, I'm still processing the tactical depth
Here.
of the round prior. But hey, Josh S was able to save that
Tactical
operator.
victory.
True. And this is what gives Revenant a silver lining here. With that operator save, they can fully invest on the back of the saved weapon. And they can still make a full meal out of this.
Oh. Oh. Boombot will not spot Josh's out though, as Wimp is able to take it out. So Josh is able to hold on to his position. But the trap taken down, Wimp now has to set his sights towards his A site. And Revenant, they've come through on the crunch, fully expecting
rotation.
a hard hit. They've instead baited themselves as Boom. They were just looking for that mistake, that extra set of presence. They'll instantly go for the rotate, and it's now all down to Blackhawk. Doesn't even have much
Unbelievable.
to help himself. No stars, no pulls, and boom, they just waltz out a hookah and straight to Blackhawk's
Okay.
death. But Revenant now again coming through on the rotate, but Shiro's got the plant and the orbital strike online.
That was a crucial frag for them to find as it gives them a way to navigate in this post plan, but a brilliant orbital strike. Shiro roasting one tap god. And the numbers yet again dwindle for Revenant Esports.
And again, Josh S will have to just try to save his op, but it's easier said than done in this round because you'll have to go past the entry to B side from defender side's form. Oh, luckily for him, Boom themselves, they're backing off. Josh S
Not so fast.
picks
Nice
out
damage.
one, and then we'll be able
Not
to.
bad.
Yeah, decent damage, but nothing significant or relevant, to be frank.
True.
Because Boom, they just won't care. And you can see them laughing about, I think they're probably laughing about the fact that they baited out the rotations and Revenant trying to be proactive, working straight into Boom's hands.
Great, man. Boom didn't have a second doubt. What do Revenant Esports do in a situation like this? They did manage to save that operator. Ching managed to save his Vandal. If being proactive is the problem, do you bait them into
No, I don't
Josh
think
S
being
just purely by utility or something like that?
Yeah, I don't think being proactive is the problem, but reacting that quickly to Boom definitely is, because we've seen it even in Icebox, right? Boom is not the kind of team to commit that easily. They're gonna take their time with it, and I can understand the ideology there. Um, maybe they're committing, and it's okay to make it that mistake once, as long as it doesn't happen again, especially until Josh's is off. Because I think Josh's has proven himself to be a player who can hold it down with his off. You don't necessarily need to make that TP. And even if you do,
Give him
maybe
the
just one
opportunity.
player. Yeah, exactly. So it's again, it's not a bad play in theory, right? It's actually very nice to try and crunch players down, get the advantage. But against the likes of Boom, I'm not so sure, because they're not the kind of team to give them that opportunity in the first place.
Yeah, and Blaze King on the back of his utility is able to exercise so much control towards his A side that Revenant aren't able to find any kind of solid information except for Josh S pushing towards B long. That's the only facet of information for Revenant. Oh, okay. Blackhawk tried to be cheeky there. Not against the Tailblazer.
Yeah, and with Blaze King just 2 points away from that Viper's pit, they're gonna look for that late lurk from Showers to him to push something off now. They know there's no trap, and they've got Berserks into a forward position, setting up the guiding light, but a 1-for-1 trade is actually favorable for the side of Revenant in this situation. But that's the late look I was talking about. Blaze King coming in, and now heavy presence towards his A side, making sure that Josh has left all on his lonesome. Josh S, though, he's 6-0 right now. He's not died a single time, and if he can continue that
30
streak,
seconds left.
Revenant, they might be able to pull off yet another round. But Josh S, he's got to really pop off.
It's his moment of asking. We mentioned that he can deliver. And ooh, playing this so aggressive, and he still finds success. If he gains control towards Hookah, he can deny the rotation from Blaze King. Time needs to be played by Famous, but he still finds the kill on Josh. No! Ching!
Spike planted.
Close play through the smoke, and he finds Famous off guard. It's a game of timing here, and Blaze King might have the frag, but he doesn't have position, doesn't have the element of surprise. Wimp regaining control in that 2 versus 2, and Revenant able to make a round like this convert into success. They had 1 Vandal and 1 Operator, and boy oh boy, we've been waiting for the Josh S show, and finally
Left.
I think
finally
Blaze
he
King
gets it.
Blaze King didn't exactly know where Wimp was. I think he might have expected him deeper into sight, not exactly still towards CT. And he goes in for the aggressive peek, because look, as he gets flash, he just is able to adjust in the nick of time and get his crosshair, because he had his Viper spit, so maybe he could have played it out. But in that hookup position, I think the swing is always the right choice, because you're likely going to just get spammed out. Now, Josh S holding on to a shot this time around is again Boom playing so passive in their attacking holes, but the showstopper coming out from either of these teams, and both of them miss, and both of them not able to find the right positions. As 2 key ultimates traded away. With the Viper's pit available for Blaze King, it's all about that ult to make it play. Blackhawks down, and suddenly Josh S with an impossible task, but his position unknown. Oh, Blaze
This
King.
close range with that Operator, no way. Oh no!
God.
Famous though finds himself the double and finds RNT in trouble. Finally, one tap god's able to reply in kind. But it feels like Revenant, you might have to concede round lead and bind unless one tap god goes absolutely nuclear, which he's on the verge of doing. The Molotov to deny the stick forces the quick fight. One tap reading this from a mile ahead, and a big play now for 17. Oh, he makes his way back. Big
Flashing
stuff.
4 seconds.
Big. Forced to make the play, but he's indecisive. He's not able to make it stick. The pop and swing, the spray, and Boom Esports, that praise answered. The equalizer forced. One tap god almost made it work. Almost found success there.
And
What a round,
I can
dude.
only imagine the comms in that situation. I think it was Ching leading the charge, telling him, hey, I'm gonna Prowler for showers, come kill this guy, and one tap instantly following the call. Throws out the nade to deny, and that's why the Prowler combined with the Satchel to just catch Berserks off guard. One tap guard with a huge 3k, almost pulling this round off. Severin just playing it extremely smart. As soon as he got away, before he was traded off, that was GG, because he had the flash as well to make it count. And now Revenant, their economy broken apart. A huge clutch for Severin as Boom in a position to pick up the lead once again. And they've got the ultimates to play. Just 1 point away from those Seekers, and the Viper split online. 4-man Hookah. I think they're going to look to just overwhelm and set up the Viper split from Hookah for sight.
Oh, Josh S!
We said
Still
it's
finds it!
short.
Wow.
He's got steel cojones.
These Boom are able to find somewhat favorable fight, although they're still at the disadvantage as Blackhawk denies the trade and delays the hit, and it's given Josh S the time to rotate a crucial ultimate disposed of by Blaze King, giving Boom Esports the cover they need to navigate themselves out of the disadvantage.
Oh, the Nightfall now coming down, and the DK answered in kind. The Prowlers making sure they can't sit in their own wall. The Viper spit denied, and the Haunt as well as Revenant push on for a Thrifty. But Blaze King in a 1v3 in his own world. He's pulled off a couple. Able to reposition himself, knows exactly where they're both coming from. The Tracers giving them away. The Blaze King, oh, he's got to play it smart. Spots off Blackhawk, but Ching with the trade. That's a Thrifty now for Revenant to pull off a huge round.
I think if he didn't pull off that reload there, it could have been a much more big play. Again, inside his own Viper spit, you expect the DK to at least take them down to below 100 HP, right? So if you're able to land your classic right click, again, shit over a coulda, man. One thing for sure though, Revenant looking far more neck to neck with Boom Esports here on map 2, here on Bind.
Yeah. And it's all on the back of that one player we've been hyping off from the very start, Josh S. To find that shot as the nade is coming down to navigate that margin so well. Josh S, he's trying to do it once again.
Dodged the flash.
Dodged out the sky flash, and he's got Famous in his face. Ooh, the Trailblazer coming through. Make sure that he's not able to buy enough time. Famous pushes him back, and now they know exactly where that top is. I think they'll set their sights on the other side because they've got the Seekers online.
Aggressive positioning now taken by Boom. Again, like you said, with the Seekers, it's possible for them to play that mid round far more better. They'll be having solid information at lifetime. They're going to require a lot of that. Especially because Josh Ash is on that operator.
They're inside,
What's up?
using the sky to fake the guiding light towards showers. It's made sure that towards A, the three players remain, leaving Josh S to hold this side down, but they're walking into the operator, and they play contact now. It's going to be the absolute death to them. They got to not just wait for the Seekers, but wait for a flash. But Josh S, he crucially misses his shot. The Cosmic Divide coming in to buy some time for the players on site, but the Seekers revealing all of their positions.
Ching.
Famous, he's got Ching out, and now Josh S taken away. The Rolling Thunder committed perhaps too early, but they're going in for the fast retake. And boom,
Fight's
they're able to step
denied.
into their corners and look for the fights instead. Blackhawk coming through, he finds a double, and it's Blackhawk with the triple to hold this side down, but Famous running in, he's found the one, but he will not find the ace.
Yeah, the showstopper.
Port. Wow. From an incredibly slow start to the way that round ended, that was a roller coaster ride. It's like
Have you seen Family Guy,
Duk,
CA?
duk, duk. Yeah, I watch it every week.
Don't you think Ching smiles the same way that Stewie smiles?
yeah, it's the evil cheeky smile.
It's the EV cheeky smile, bro. Like, holy hell.
30 seconds left.
It's like when you know you're smarter than everyone in the room.
Well,
Or at least think you're smarter than everyone in the room.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay. Yeah. Now problems emerge. A stray operator on the hands of Boom Esports. And we know the players on the server can rip each other a new one when given this weapon. Even on the attack, it doesn't matter. Now it's something that Revenant really do need respect. So the kind of fights that Revenant can take are limited. And the pop and swing, it works. In fact, it's not even the pop and swing, it's straight up the Grove
Just
Street
spray and
swing.
pray. Yeah, just spray
Yeah.
and pray. Run and gun. At that point, but boom. They've upgraded their weapons. Famous has got his hands on Josh's op, and Severin with the Vandal in a much better
And
position to deny that flank now. Ching in a 1v4. He can't even save the op. Surely he doesn't go for the save. He's able to find
Open.
one. Should give him the opportunity to try and look for this round. But with no prowlers, almost impossible
Yeah.
to pull off. Ching just still gonna try. Spots out Severin. He's able to chunk him out.
Damage.
But now his position known. I think now is a good point to back off because he. Oh, the Brimstone Molotov fails.
Line up. Yeah.
Doesn't matter. He
He
hasn't got
does-
enough time.
Had a chance to take the TP, yeah. Still can save the weapon.
Thrifty.
Hey, and you said Shiro doesn't have any highlight clips. Well, he just smacked one in the face of Josh's and picked himself up one. So Shiro leading the
True.
charge for Boom to pull a thrifty off.
Hey, good attention to detail, man. I like it.
In this reality.
Revenant Esports. I think they might just default to having a little bit of luck with the showstopper. You can see that Ching is investing slightly. I mean, Ching saved his weapon, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, Blackhawk is invested slightly. There is still opportunities here for Revenant to snag back the round, just like how Boom did to them in the round prior. It's all about playing your cards right. Ooh, they're playing the cards slow.
Revenant, with a last minute change in their setup, I think they were looking for the hooker aggression, but they changed
Showstopper?
their mind and it might have worked out, but no. They're just gonna have to back off. The nades traded. And yeah, last time we saw the showstoppers, they both missed their marks. So I think they're gonna be a lot more careful with the way they use it, especially on the eco, but it's all about the combos. The C is available for Ching. If he can time that right with the showstopper for one tap guard, that single combo could pull a round off. But the chamber now push back. Boom, they're gonna set their sights on A, especially with Josh Yesh's rotation coming through.
Brilliant pick. Opens up the ace side. Like it's the Red Sea. There's nothing that Revenant can do to come even close to a deny. At this point, Ching just takes the fight, dude. There's no point of saving this, I think, 2 times in a row. Or is he?
What are they doing?
Friendly PM. Friendly banter.
I guess they were discussing who should get the Phantom, and Ching's like, bro, I got full shields. And one type goes like, okay, I will go die. And his death soon to be delivered, his
Last player standing.
cremation at this
Did
point.
you see his reaction?
No?
Oh, he's straight up hands off both his mouse and keyboard. He's having this, like, I told you face. I guess.
Maybe that was the discussion. One tap goes like, bro, I don't want to die. And Ching be like, it's been a long day, and I'll see you again.
I hope that we get to see Josh S on the operator again.
Nope.
Because the runs in
I
the
mean,
first
yes.
half are just depleting.
It's not gonna happen
deserves
this
for
round,
the
but I also hope the same. He's up though in Berserk's hands, and I'm sure he'll want to take it back.
Showstopper
but
play,
look
though.
at Revenant, they're making that aggressive play, the pull coming in.
Get
But Berserk sees
denied.
him, he pops him down. Deny for Black Hawk with the trade, and that's important as well. Because amongst all this chaos, Revenant are able to push in strong.
Ooh.
Got hooker control, that should be a lot of information. They know that Boom isn't going B. It's down to Wimp and Black Hawk to anchor down this ace side strong. Oh no. Oh no. Mercex is waiting for them to push.
Oh, yes, the operator as well.
Teleport's ready.
Reads them like a book.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Boom on Bind feel like the National Geographic camera crew.
What
They're
about
just
them?
silent. I mean,
Ah.
they just sit all the
Yeah.
way back, silent. Except for instead of using tranquilizer dots to keep them, keep their natural habitat safe, they just want to be the natural habitat, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Nothing but them. The stopper?
30
Oh
seconds
god.
left. One enemy
Yeesh.
remaining.
Ugh. Wimp. Added as another color to
Showstopper.
the painting of Bind, I guess.
There's not much color on Vine, to be fair. It's in a desert area in Morocco. It's a factory for Radianite. And fun fact for all of you guys who do not know, this is where the Radianite boxes that you see all across Valorant maps are made. At least one of the factories. I don't know if it's the only one or if there are more, but this is definitely one of them. That's why there's a truck in A site. That's the one that delivers the Radianite.
Interesting. Wait, how do you know all this?
So I loved Valorant
Teleport's
lore.
ready.
The hell?
I know everything about every map.
Damn. Quite the flex. You ever meet
But
Sierra
I'm
and
just a
after
nerd.
party in Valorant? Quite the conversation starter, I guess.
I mean, depends, right? On what level of a certain thing you're in. But hey, if you enjoy lore, yeah, I'm always down. I'm sure something everyone knows is this is Cypher's hometown. It's
Oh,
also this
really?
potentially, yeah, this is Cypher's hometown. Every
Oh,
time
man.
you pick a Cypher into this, he says, "Look at what they've done to my city." Because Kingdom, they tore it apart and they made it into a factory.
Damn. Hard.
That's a good spot.
I mean, I live in Bangalore, so all the parks became IT parks. Kinda can relate. Like,
There's also the wanted picture near defender side spawn of someone who is potentially Agent 8. Someone who is codenamed Shatter in very early leaks and was expected to be one of the agents. And rumors are that he was shot. I think right there, on the right. You notice him.
oh, okay. I always
Yeah.
saw the rat poster there.
Wait, let's get back to the game. 6-5 now on this Revenant timeout. They're going to be discussing how to equalize this half because going into the attack, especially on Bind, we usually see Revenant a lot more secure in the way they play because Joshua's can play a lot of different styles. He can be that entry, he can set up his op to mark aggression, but more importantly, he can start lurking and catching Boom out. And considering the fact that One Tap God likes to play aggressive, I think Revenant likely to at least feel stronger. I don't know if they are actually going to be stronger because it's easier said than done. Again, the likes of a Brimstone and a Viper.
I've seen that Viper pull off so much map control towards that ace side that it feels crippling to the R&T defense. They can't get a semblance of comfort towards this ace side whatsoever. Finally, I feel like this is one of the few times that Revenant have actually been punished towards B long for this aggression. And boom, doubling up their punishment.
Oh, and the Trailblazer barely spots out Wimp, so he can't play that narrow position, but he repositions with the Judge. He still makes it work. Now the Rolling Thunder to deny the long aggression, and the Judge will double down and put a heck of a trouble situation in Boom's hands. 3v3 now, but with the op in their hands, they've got to play it slow. But Josh has got out. Redo's off there. Might have been
They
taking
have
a
the
nap.
astral wall here, man. That's the only,
But the
big piece
orbital
of
strike on
utility
the
that
other
they have to
side.
work with. Exactly. They're gonna be comfortable here, Boom. Yeah, post plant. The famous is denied here. A realistic chance that Revenant might be able to get this out of the back, but the shorty, dude, don't do Black Hawk like this. Please don't do Black Hawk like this.
Knife him. Knife him.
Oh.
Knife him.
Oh, oh,
I'm would love to see a knife. Do it, famous.
Enemy remaining.
Oh.
He's gonna die anyways. But fair enough, famous will get another one in the bag, and now the shorty chunks him out with the Vandal. He'll finish him off in. Damn it,
Doesn't famous
That was an easy knife.
doesn't famous look like the Chad? You know,
Yeah, like a thin child.
picture.
Yeah.
He has
No
a
beard,
jawline
but
of an
needs-
actual Chad.
Yeah, he needs the stubble, to make it work.
His jawline is
Whoa,
sharper than
what?
same. Wait, what?
I'm curious about what
Did I miss
One
one tap god
just
and
said
his
to
banter?
Blackhawk. He just pointed to his head and his he blew it apart. Like
Are
his
you
head
serious?
is getting blown up. Yeah.
Wow.
Very curious about what he said. He probably just said, bro, I tried to get aggressive and they lived up to my name. Not
I'm a little sad, however, that we didn't get to see the Paradox one tap combination in full fruition, right? Should have been
Yeah,
a thing
maybe
of
that's a
delight,
treat for the
especially in a
next year.
matchup like this. Ooh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Severin
Makes
with his
sense.
back turned around, expecting the guiding light follow up, but instead the Prowler catching him out, and Josh, yes, he chop makes quick work of them. Perfumus comes through with his fireworks. He trades out one, gets one back, and with Josh has taken away the boombot available, it's all down to Famous to start off this retake.
Oh, that boombot good to deny aggression in through side, and Famous able to find a lot of area for the
my
fight.
lord.
It's all
And the
chin.
nade kill.
It's done, dude. Boom, making it look like a piece of cake.
Famous so quick on the flash dodge as well, but funnily enough, 2 out of his 3 kills picked off of utility. That's the perfect race by. I think he even went for the Sheriff Light Shield combo. So literally, he's like, I don't need guns. My machines will do the work for themselves. And maybe, the Raze's machines buffed after her recent acquaintance with Killjoy. 2 years of teasing just to lead up to this moment. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, go check out the Valorant socials. Raze and Killjoy are now together, so to speak. I think at least.
Well, one thing I'm really happy about is, they don't pull a Legend of Korra on us and make it like a surprise cliffhanger thing just for the sake of it. But hey, talking about surprise cliffhangers, I was hoping to see a bird and turd towards long. Not the case. The Force will make
Revenant going for the
this
Force.
tricky. Wait,
Oh,
what?
how?
Again with the boombot?
The what? The boombot truly living up to its name, man. We rarely see matches with 1 kill from a boombot, but Famous has got 2 in the first 2 rounds of this half, and
Looks like
Josh
this.
S with a crucial duel win.
Okay,
Pulls
Shiro.
one back, Pashiro with the trades, doubles down, and the nades flying in from mid-air. Boom, they're in control of this round, and Revenant, they might have just thrown this half away with that force.
Yeah, they're playing this one together here. Peak and tandem. Boom Esports looking mighty strong here on bind. Again, this is the first time that we've seen their bind in recent history. So the entirety of this game is essentially study material. And hey, Boom, they're showing only a part of what their strat book is. Revenant far from testing what could be the absolute limit. As Boom now sit close to double digits and can comfortably rely on their investment to carry them forward this round.
Oh, Shiro. It feels like Revenant just running straight into their well-dug graves as Berserks is able to pop yet another one off. Blackhawk will fall prey as well. And Revenant, they're all spread apart. All put on the chopping board to deliver Boom to double digits in this half. 10-5 now on board, and I believe Shiro has got his orbital strike online as well. So Boom in a great position to keep continuing this run of form.
It's all on Revenant to put a stop to it. And to keep the hopes of an SA finalist debut alive. At least for them to be the finalists, as VLT still stand a chance.
20 and 9. And 2 of those are just kind of ridiculous. How does he get boom bot kills, man? Oh, I am flabbergasted.
Well,
I
Valorant,
think
the
the same
game of
could be said for
utility.
Revenant.
Oh yeah, true. But yeah, Valorant, the game of utility. I mean, look at Boom's lineup, right? There is that Sky Raze, and especially against a double controller when you have utility like this, it's so annoying to play against because there's a certain timing window that you need to hit, right? When you're on the execute, when you need to force these fights. So it's very easy for both these agents to try and abuse you playing for that timing, and it kind of hurts when you have to see it. Nothing you can do about it though.
I don't know about Hurts. It's just funny for me to see it
Wow.
happen. Like at least the first time, I get it. He was stuck in a corner there. Wimp. I'm profoundly confused how it happens the second time around because we didn't get to see it. Like honestly, I think it was the one tap got in hookah and the
Yeah.
boombot coming in through from the TP. But that's such a
Yes.
ranked play that like yeah, it works in ranked every single time. Nade boombot and they die to the nade or the boombot every single time. But come on, not like that. Not in the main event of this tournament. But hey, the buy round now coming through for Revenant. This is where they've got to make it count, and they've not really got ultimates to play with. Boom, on the other hand, the Orbiter Strike ready for Shiro, so they can just play to deny the plant. They're playing the aggressive crossfire towards the B site and defensive positions on A just to make sure that they're able to drain the utility out and force Revenant into a bad position. But it's all about the bait here, setting up for Severine, Berserks, trying to make it count. Revenant, though, trying to sell a fake themselves on this B side just so they can walk into it.
Look at the position. And ooh, no. Dirk shouldn't have been the man who bit the dust. But
Oh, but
Severine's position. Yeah.
while they don't, while they do get a crucial pick, they don't sell the fake because of Severine's position. They're just able to hold on.
Exactly. They have information here, Boom. Not gonna be shy on using it. Oh, nice dodge. Good position change. Ooh, are you serious?
They're
The
just
amount
trying
of
to buy time
utility
at
just
this point.
spent on the hold is brilliant. It puts a lot of pressure on the side of Revenant. And slowly but surely, they're gonna expect the dive. The quick play from one tap, quick and firm to deny. Blaze King going absolutely berserk. But Revenant just blink of an eye and you miss him.
Yeah. The utility too strong for Revenant to deny. I think they should have just headed back into that B side as soon as that chamber is taken out of the equation, right? Well, at max, they're going to rotate one to back that up. So it's still just two players on site. And it's very unlikely that the chamber is paired up with like the Viper, maybe the Brimstone. So it's a chamber Brimstone at max and the Sky will rotate. Or more likely it's a chamber Sky and the Brimstone is going to come through in the rotation as compared to
You
walking
want to
into a
play?
Raze,
Let's
Brimstone
play.
and a Viper. Now that's death.
Straight up death. Oh, what else is death? Berserk's holding this angle. Well, at least somewhat.
Well, you cursed him, but thankfully Severine able to run out.
Revenant, they were relying on. Wait, what?
What?
Yeah.
What?
They were getting to see quite a bit in this
What?
matchup. What the
He's
dog
like,
doing, dude?
I'm gonna take my dog for a stroll. Okay.
Oh, keep the dog happy. Keep your life
I
happy.
think he was just facing towards the site when he started it, so it's probably why it went like that. It still looked really funny. But funny might be what Revenant's chances are as Shiro is lining them up and he takes them apart. The showstopper just for good measure, just to make it look good. But Josh is on this tour de force. Had a chance to clutch, it just won't come through.
You talk about taking your dog for a stroll in the park. It feels like Boom are a stroll, are having a stroll in the park, man. They're just chilling. Big vibes. They're enjoying Bind.
What am I doing? The Macarena in the park, man. Macarena.
I mean, we technically did get to see Revenant dance as well. I mean, between, I think, One Tap God and Ching.
Revenant more like tap dancing, just trying to avoid all the utility. Like, oh no, 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 they're trying to save their lives.
Yeah, Boom setting up for that Char's aggression, which is being taken by one tap god as we speak. Yet again, Revenant try and attempt this ace side take. And they've used a boatload of utility to try and at least secure themselves a position to plant.
That trap's so poor from Revenant, though. It doesn't cover the long flank. And Blaze Kings is not going to be expected here, OG. While they do get the plant, Boom now ready for the retake. It's all down to Blaze King, and he shut Josh's down. Revenant now having to deal with two sides at the same time. They're going to hope to get some respite from the Slam Soul, but they get nothing as Shiro shuts both of them down. And that's Boom Esports now in this round for match point and series point, easily able to close this out. Come on, you cannot place the trap there. It has to be on the stairs. I mean, he would have still dodged it with the smoke, to be fair, but yeah.
Boom Esports not. Oh yeah, Blaze King is making it look like he had a meal, right? Especially with that toothpick, enjoying the delicacy. Let's go. Revenant look a little shook, man. One tap god looking a little devastated. Looking a little confused. It's been a pleasure to see the journey that Revenant have gone through, and again, their league stage more than spoke for itself, right? They've had a very tough run in the Penta Pro Series. They've truly shown beyond anybody's measure, as coming into this tournament with one tap god was a thing of uncertainty for Revenant. But hey, they did their best. Mathematically, the chances now to make it to the finals seem next to none. Boom. Requiring a strong result for that in case they fall into a stalemate situation against VLT. Because mind you, ladies and gentlemen, VLT themselves have been looking really, really good throughout the Penta Pro series. So we're expecting VLT versus Boom Esports to be a far closer matchup that we should have on stream tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah, and while Bleed and Revenant don't stand a chance, that decider match gonna be crucial, but it does mean that there won't be a tiebreaker. Whoever wins VLT versus Boom, they qualify. It's simple as that. Basically our lower bracket finals, and it's funny, even though this was the round robin stage, it somehow worked itself into a double elimination bracket in a lot of the sense.
I know, right? How funny how the world works.
Yeah, because like the winners played today, and then the loser of the winner is going to play the winner of the world.
Yeah, I think we get where you're coming from, my friend. One thing that I do feel a little sad about is the fact that across both the maps that we did get a witness, right? Revenant really didn't show much in terms of a voice in this conversation. Felt like every single time it was Boom who was taking the initiative to do something different, something innovative, something purely reactionary on how Revenant played that defense. This time it did end up working.
And the first half, it looked damn close. It looked like Revenant could maybe pull this off, and especially because Revenant on the attack is where you expect they can control the pace, but Boom just too good when it comes to the basic fundamental of utility versus body. Every single time on the defense, they were just able to deny Revenant to a large extent. Revenant, they didn't win a single round.
Despite, even in a round like this, right, where they invested 2 ultimates, seemed like it resulted in nada, and Boom just playing pure comfort, just like just like their SCA counterparts in the form of Bleed. The only ones who have even put Boom to the test so far have been Bleed, and mind you, with both the maps played in that series where Bleed were the ones who emerged victorious 2-0, Boom truly did give them a run for their money. So hey, for a Revenant squad that composed itself right before the Penta Pro series and that steamed its way through that playoff stage, I'd say a tip of the hat to them, man. They went beyond anyone's expectation, and I truly am happy with the way Revenant's performance has been in the Penta Pro series. It's sad that they weren't able to make it till the very end, though.
Yeah, I think they have proven that they've got an incredible roster on their hands, though, with One Tap God really stepping up to the mark. So they've got to now look towards fixing certain fundamental issues they have and really expanding their map pool, number one, and expanding their strat pool to a large extent so they can work their way up in 2023. Because it's all right that they're not able to make it happen here as long as they push forward and work towards the win in 2023, because that's what the offseason is truly about.
Exactly. And hey, we've been mentioning about that Paradox one tap duo, something that we never got to see from Revenant throughout the Penta Pro series. So I hope that we do get a glimpse of it at least in the next matchup. But hey, I think Revenant might want to keep that as a secret tool. Talking about players who just came back from, a small hiatus with a different tournament. However, tomorrow we do have Velocity taking on Boom, right? I hope that we do might at least get a chance to see Deadly on the server. If not for all three maps, at least one map.
Yeah. And I think really one thing that is absolutely key is that we see a velocity that is ready for the might of Boom, because I feel like Boom are the antithesis of what Velocity like to do. They're slow, they're methodical, they're smart in their gameplay, while Velocity belligerent to a certain extent, aggressive, proactive, and both of the teams are effectively counters to each other. So it's going to be a thrilling match, that's for sure. Maybe Revenant, they're while they're out of chances to qualify for the grand finals, they can still pull off an upset and take down Bleed and leave the finals with that silver lining, that they're saving grace. Really, we're like, hey, we took down one of the best teams.
Take down Bleed now. Yeah, if only it
Yeah,
was
yeah,
as easy as you say it, right?
yeah.
I mean, how do you win, guys? Just don't lose. It sounds like something like that. Oh God. And hey, at least with the way Boom performed today, I think they're going to be comfortable in the fact that they asserted dominance in a way VLT are not going to be able to tread in any kind of optimism, right? Boom didn't show much weakness today, and that's very crucial. With every tournament that we've had in the past, it has been an SEA versus SEA finals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
again.
think we might just get it once again, because let's be honest, Bleed and Boom look at their very best, because you compare the Revenant versus Velocity and Boom versus Velocity matchup, it's actually quite similar. I think Velocity won 13-6, 13-7, and Boom able to get 13-4, 13-5. So a great leap for Boom here. And of course, Velocity, on the back of their loss, you can see like the round difference is quite huge, considering the fact that Boom have played against Revenant and Velocity have played against Revenant, and they played the same opponents. Boom with a significantly better round difference, simply because their matchups against Bleed were a lot closer.
Yeah, and I feel like with how you mentioned that statistic, right? It's important for all of you at home to take those numbers with a grain of salt, because when you're gonna look at a team's performance, it's only not gonna be about, okay, this team got 7 rounds. It's about how they got that 7 rounds. Was it on the back of thrifty victories? Was it on the back of executes? Was it on the back of having consecutive rounds won out on the defense or the offense? So there's a lot of factors heading into how good or bad a team performs. It's not purely reliant on scoreline, and hence I still feel like there's that small silver lining on the court of VLT, a team that's been looking to change, that's been itching to change. They've gotten back Excali. They've gotten back Excali's old teammate in the form of David, if I'm not mistaken, who now is VLT's coach. So they have everything set up for them to succeed, and this prime opportunity handed to them, which they've not been able to capitalize on other events so far. You just gotta hope that they make the max out of what's at hand.
Oh, 100%. And look, let's be frank. I think tomorrow we have no idea what to expect from Velocity, because one thing they've settled for sure is that this is not a team that is necessarily taking the meta into regard. This is not a team that is necessarily playing with a lot of practice where they might have built up map pools. No, this is a team playing spontaneously on what they feel is the right move to make. And that's a very volatile playstyle, in the sense that sometimes it's going to spectacularly fail, like the Euro today, but sometimes it's a piece of art. It works out beautifully, so just like that Phoenix we saw from that maker in the grand finals. So it's an exciting affair, that's for sure. You don't know what to expect, and that's what you like as neutral observers, right? But hey, that was the end of our day today. We've got our decider matches tomorrow, then the grand finals to follow. So make sure you come join us there. But for today, we say bye bye. See you tomorrow.